Hello fellow survivors, and welcome to a walkthrough and playthrough of episode 2 of Wintermute called Luminance Fuge. This episode is much larger in scope than episode 1 as it takes place across 3 regions: Mystery Lake, Forlorn Muskeg and Broken Railroad. The main story is to defeat the old bear and repair the trapper's radio. Outside of the main story there are a total of 6 side quests. One of these side quests are locked until you reach a certain story point, and 3 of them cannot start until you have visited Broken Railroad, so it's best to do these side quests here and there as you go along the main story. In addition, there are 7 achievements. 4 of these are story related and 1 is a side quest you can do in episode 2. However, the 2 other achievements requires that you also do certain collection quests in episode 1, so they overlap with episode 1, just so you know that. In addition, this episode has 3 cabin keys you could find around the world that unlock cabins by the lake, but these are not connected to any of the quests per se. This video will be a 100% walkthrough of the episode, showing how to complete all main and side quests and where to find the cabin keys. Some general survival tips will also be given here and there, though it's better to watch episode 1 walkthrough or one of my many survival guides for general survival tips. As in episode 1, this is also a playthrough, so things like dialogue or cutscenes will be played out in full, with timestamps you can use to skip the dialogue or fast forward to certain events in the game. With all that being said, let's get to it and warm up next to Jeremiah. Wait, oh, that sounds nice. Hello fellow survivors, and welcome back to Wintermute walkthrough, now with episode 2. We've done episode 1 if you haven't seen that already, but of course you don't have to. This is a walkthrough of the entire thing, and if you're here to see how certain things are done, you don't need to watch the previous episode either. I'm going to cover everything there is to know about episode 2. I'll be continuing giving some basic game mechanic tips, but not as much as in episode 1, because episode 1 is also an introduction to the game for many people, so I also explained a lot of game mechanics in that video. Well, here there'll be less of that, except for when they appear in some sort of new format. Now, I will be doing a playthrough as well. I have played this episode before, including the old version, which was quite different, but it has been a little while. This is probably the biggest episode of all of them because it covers 3 regions. Episode 5 might be bigger, but it is quite a large episode, so it's going to be quite a few places to go. And because this is the one episode, so far at least, that it carries over, I think we can actually go into episode 2 by just clicking resume. So let's see if that is the case. Alright, so clicking resume actually spawns you in the last checkpoint of episode 1, which is when you enter the cave systems, which I just skipped. Now we exit the cave system, which we did also in episode 1. It will trigger the cutscene of episode 2, and then the story begins. As before, I will let things play out because this is also a playthrough, so I will be letting all cutscenes and all dialogue play out in its entirety without me talking over it, but I will put timestamps so you can skip these things if you like. But other than that, I will be narrating and explaining everything as I go along, and we will be doing the entire episode 100%. So let's go, episode 2.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Hey.
Damn it. Not again. Not the lights.
Hey.
Bear!
Easy. Take it easy.
Who are you?
Name's Mackenzie. I'm the one who saved you from the bear.
You kill it?
I don't think so. But I hit it. Maybe scared it away.
Not the way you shoot.
Glad your memory's coming back.
Shit. He got me good this time.
This time?
Yeah. Me and the old bear go back a ways. There's unfinished business between us.
I bandaged you up, but you're in bad shape. Is there anywhere to get medical help?
What? You mean like a hospital? Out here? Nah, nothing like that.
I see you have a radio. Can we call for help?
No. Radio's been dead for the past few days. I can't raise any of the usual channels. I'm not sure why.
Well, you'll need some stronger meds to avoid infection. And for the pain.
You some kind of doctor?
No. But I've been around doctors enough to know you'll be in trouble soon. Unless you get some better help than I can give you.
Yeah. Right. Well... closest help is probably in Milton. Back the way you came.
There's nobody left to help you there. The town's pretty much deserted. There was a fire and...
Damn. My next town's days away. I'm wrecked. But if you leave now, you might be able to...
You won't last days like this. Must be another way.
There's someone who might help. But we can only reach them by radio.
So, we're back to where we started. There's got to be somewhere nearby that might have medical supplies, or another radio we can use.
You might find some comms gear, or parts, in the old Carter Dam. It's probably ancient stuff, though. That place has been abandoned for years. They used to have a first aid room. Might still be some old meds there, too. Something strong enough to maybe numb this pain.
Hang in there. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Wait. Wait. The old bear. He's still out there. He'll be wanting to finish the job.
Okay.
Here. Take my rifle. You won't kill him, but you might scare him off again.
Right.
Watch out. The dam. Unstable.
Wait, what? What do you mean unstable? Damn it. He's passed out.
And there we go. That's the beginning of the quest. So this is the beginning of episode 2. As before, this is also a playthrough, so I will be showing all the dialogue and all the cutscenes unedited where possible to actually experience everything people have to say and everything that's going on. And that's pretty much it. And we'll be doing the quests, but unlike the other episodes, I can't really do all the little side quests in bundles because a lot of the little side quests in this one are scattered all over the place. It's best to kind of do them region by region, but some don't unlock until you get to Broken Railroad. So it's a little bit back and forth though. So the quest now actually says that you basically have to rescue him before he dies, but he's not going to die. He can take forever and he will still live. Interesting, he will give us his rifle. In the earlier version of this episode, before they revamped him, the quest was actually to fix the rifle instead of the spear, which we're going to do later. And the rifle was the main deterrent to killing the bear. And they had some really weird descriptions. Said like, don't shoot until you can see the white in the bear's eye, and that turned out to not be how he did it. So the whole thing was this weird. Now it's instead to repair the radio, but first we got to save him. We got ourselves a rifle. Very nice. Some bullets. They come in handy. And we might as well search his stuff. Let's take it. But we do also have a lot of our own stuff for Stone Lantern. I already have Stone Lantern on it. Yeah, we got some wood here, but this is his wood. This burns forever, I think. Yeah, I don't think I'm too worried about it. But because this is kind of like our main base, I think pork and beans too. There's locker. We'll do some of this stuff. I'm going to put some stuff in here. Because we have too much stuff from episode 1. First off though, let's just drop our stuff. We still have these hides. So there's 2 rabbit hides. Here's some deer hides. We don't need any of this stuff, but I carried it over, so might as well keep it. Have all the guts too. Any of these cured? No, one is almost cured, that's okay. Then we will use this locker to drop stuff in that we don't need. So we don't need 3 accelerants. We don't need all these matches. Put a lot of these matches away. We don't need all this wood either. But we can carry it, I suppose. A lot of stuff here. We don't need the painkillers. Don't even need all these teas. All these things. I like having stims. We probably don't need those either. Food. We have lots of food. Just put it with the raw venison. MRE. Put in the heavy stuff, basically. Too many teas. Too many coffees. I guess we can keep the rest on us. Why not? Then we have a bunch of fuel and stuff. Okay, let's refuel the lantern. Here we are. Let's refuel that. There we go. And we got too much equipment, really. So we have the axe. That's good. We have 2 cooking pots. A snare. We don't need the snare. We don't need all of these flares either. 1 should do. We don't have either recycled can or lantern fuel. We don't need 3 sewing kits. 1 will suffice. I have a lot of flare shells there, but that's fine against wolves. Rope feathers we can put in here too. And that's pretty much it. We have more than enough stuff now. In fact, we can just eat food because we're going to be finding lots of food here in this episode too, so we're not really worried about food. Yeah, and then we have our rifle. Let's load it. I'm a little bit heavy, but it doesn't really matter. Let's put all this stuff in. But now we finally have our weapon. And there we go. And let's have a look here. Here's our map. And it says we're there, but that's not true. We're actually all the way down here in Trapper's Cabin. We have some areas of interest. Camp office, lookout tower, and the dam. We're going to the dam. We're going to take a detour via this pond over here, which will trigger basically 2 different quests. One is the supply cache, I think it was, a key. And also it will take us to the lookout tower, which there is a supply cache note, and also the continuation of this hatch quests. So there's 6 different side quests. 2 of them are not triggered really until you get to Broken Railroad, and some can't really be completed until then anyway. So there's a few things that happen later, but completing most of them is all over the place. Okay, so let's set out. And yeah, before you can actually take this map. So we are down here, going up there. That's pretty much it. Before we go, let me just save it quickly. Okay, so let's head out to Mystery Lake and get started.
That trapper's my key to getting out of here.
So this is Mystery Lake.
Die on me.
It's not gonna die. This is Mystery Lake, which is the most played map in the game, arguably. It's also the oldest map in the game. But people who played the game already and played survival mode tend to have a base in this region, so it's a very well known region that a lot of veteran players know like the back of their hand. I'm going to assume though that for if you're the average viewer watching this, if you're watching this as a walkthrough, then you don't know the map necessarily, so I'll be explaining things as I go along. And those of you who do know it and are seeing this more as a playthrough, you're just along for the ride. Now, of course, like in the other episode, you do have a map in this in story mode that tells you where you are. So there's a few key locations like Camp Office and Forestry Lookout, and we're going to go to the dam. Now, there are a few side quests we can trigger already, but it's not really necessary to do all of it right now. For example, there is a quest that starts there in Unnamed Pond that requires that you go to the Forest Lookout, where again you can find some other stuff. But the thing is that you can't get all of those missions right away, simply because they unlock later. So there's a quest that's triggered by this lake, but it happens when you are on the third story mission. And then there's some other things you can find in Mystery Lake, which is unlocked after you go to Broken Railroad. So we can't do everything now, but we can do some. So we're going to do now, we're actually going to take a little detour, go to Unnamed Pond to get one of the side missions, go up to Forestry Lookout, trigger one of the supply caches, and then up to the dam, and we'll go via the Camp Office on our way back, basically. That's what we're going to do. So here is our rifle. Have that in case. Actually, he's got a little supply bin here. Jeremiah does, with some extra rifle round. And we're also going to drop our piece of meat, because this actually makes us smell. So I might as well just drop that. Not worry about food at all, because we're just doing so well with food, and we're well stocked. So let's head out. Now up here, we'll find one of our first things to unlock, which is this birch bark right here. This will give us the birch bark tea blueprint. So if you get 2 birch barks and prepare them, you can then make a birch bark tea, which is very powerful. It's basically a passive regeneration tea. It heals, I think, 5% over 2 hours, and it stacks as well, so extends it. If you drink 10 teas, it's over 20 hours basically. So if you need a little bit of extra health regeneration, you can make those teas. It's very strong, especially in survival mode. But now we're going to head to Unnamed Pond, and Mystery Lake has a lot of nooks and crannies. It's quite a large map. There's a lot of places to explore, but not all of them are really relevant or necessary for the story or the side quests. We will be visiting some places twice, and there's no fixed order to do it. You can, even if you want, you can do the main stories first and then do all the side missions, because then they'll all be unlocked. But that would require going a little bit back and forth. So it's easier to kind of do it region by region. The best way to think of it is you do a little bit now in Mystery Lake, then you go to Forlorn Muskeg and Broken Railroad. You do everything you can in Broken Railroad, then you do what you can in Forlorn Muskeg, then you wrap it up in Mystery Lake. So it's a little bit back and forth, but the idea is to only visit Broken Railroad once, otherwise you have to go back and forth a lot. Now again, if you're not familiar with the maps and you're not sure exactly where is Zach going, again click on your map, it'll tell you where you are. We're heading to this pond here, Unnamed Pond, aptly named, and it's straight north from Trappers. If you start the episode without carryover stuff, if you for some reason started the episode naked, it doesn't matter, like you find gear. But this is the only episode where the gear carries over. Maybe episode 5 does too, but in principle you should treat all the resources in the episode as tools for you to complete the story, and that's it. Don't feel a sense of investment in your items, because they will not carry over, and even if they did, once you finish episode 5, I mean, it's done anyway. So here we are at Unnamed Pond, and here there's 2 quests, but one will be triggered later. There'll be a campfire, I think it's over there, and that'll happen later in the story. We can't do it right now. But now we want to go into this Hunter's Blind, and you'll notice around that there's no deer around, just wolves and rabbits. But watch what happens after I pick up this book. The gene, we don't need genes, we'll take the rounds, take the dog food. This will trigger a quest to hunt deer. And if I hunt and kill a stag, if I now look up, there'll be deer around. 3 of them actually. And the quest is simply to hunt one of these stags. You don't have to actually harvest it. If you do, you get lots of food, but you don't have to. You just need to kill it. Now, there's two ways to do it. One is to shoot from a distance, like here. Chance of you missing is pretty high, but you can try, and you might succeed. If it's moving, it's even harder. You can try. Shoot in the head if you can. But I missed, as you can see. So it's perfectly possible to do it. It's just that it's hard. So it's better to be patient. But the best way to do it is to approach a deer stealthily and then shoot it in the face. So get as close as you can, run here and start crouching. You can approach faster by tapping the crouch key, but you can also just crouch normally. And what you want to do is wait for the deer to finish its walking animation. When it stops, it's basically vulnerable. And then you shoot it in the face or the neck, and it will die. If it doesn't die, it will run away but bleed to death, so you still succeed in completing the quest. It's just that it will die somewhere else. So the best is to wait here, just get fairly close. It's not too close, it'll spook it, but being crouched, you have very low aggro range. Here it's done. Aim at the head, and it's dead. And that is it for that quest. Pretty simple. You can pick up these casings, but you don't really need them. It's not really anything you do. You can also have this equipped for the wolves if you want to. Now, if you wanted some food or some hides, you now have tons of food here, 10 kilos of food, as well as the hides and guts, which is great, but we don't need that. But if you want to take your time, you know, there's no rush. You can live in the story mode if you want and treat it as a survival game that you have a save function in. You could do that. So here's some food for you, which is great. This also unlocked the crafting of the deer skin stuff, boots and pants. But arguably you don't need it. If you want to stay in for the long haul, sure, you could do it, but the stuff you find is actually already pretty good. So you don't really need more stuff. Okay, now we're going to head to the forestry lookout, which is up. You can't actually see it, but it's up there. We will see it soon. And we will come back here, including to this place and the forestry lookout, because they'll trigger another quest later. Let's just go up here. So the wolf ran away. So the wolves have a base fear rate, where basically when a wolf aggroes you, when they're close, I think it's like a 5% chance or something like that, that the wolf, or maybe it's 10, there's a number, it doesn't really matter what the number is. But there's a set number that there's a chance the wolf can just flee. It will just be afraid and run away. And that will happen. If it doesn't, you can walk away from the wolf, you can use the old torch and stone trick, or you can shoot in the face with the stress pistol. And again, we're following the river up here towards the forest lookout. You see here, we're following the river up, and we're going to go to this lookout here. The terrain here is a little bit different from story mode. Normally the lookout tower will be visible, it will be kind of up there. But the terrain is a little bit different here, but it doesn't make any difference, of course. We're going to head to the lookout tower, and then we will head to the dam, and then we will head to camp office on the way back, and then we'll return to the trappers, which will then send us on to the other regions. And this is a fairly large episode in the sense that it covers 3 areas or 3 regions, with a lot of little side quests scattered around, requiring you to go here and there and back again. So doing 100% takes a little bit of time, but we're not going to rush it. You'll see me run sometimes, but not really necessary or anything like that. If you go over there, through that gap in those stones, that takes you to camp office. We don't need to go there just yet. Well, if you want to go to the lookout tower, you can see it up there. The red, that's where you want to go. You're going to go up this route here. So we're going to head there, and from there, head to the dam. That's basically what we're doing. There is also there's 2 quests involved in this region we can't do yet. So there's a side quest about forest talkers, which have 3 supply caches hidden around. One of them is here in Sea Lake. Can't access that until we go to the hunting lodge later. There's also a quest with the cabins by the lake, which again you can't access until you go to the hunting lodge. So those are 2 quests we'll have to do later. Same with Hank's Hatch, which we just were. it won't trigger until later. So there's kind of like 3 quests involving this region that we can't do until later, effectively. Okay. Camp Office has another quest for us. Actually, 2 different things we want, but we will go to later. For now, we're going to head to this lookout tower that's up there. So we're going to just follow the road here. Go all the way up there. We're not in a hurry. We're just going to take a little stroll. Walk along. And in Camp Office, there's also a key, which we will get later. There's 3 cabins and Mystery Lake itself, the big lake. So this lake here is the actual Mystery Lake. This is the lake itself. And there's cabins around, and 3 of those cabins are locked. Not all of them are locked, but 3 of them are. And to access them, we need keys. Now, those are not related to any of the stories or quests. It's more like additional loot. But those keys are scattered around. And 2 of those keys are found here in Mystery Lake. One is in the Camp Office, one is in Allen's Cave, which we'll do on the way back. And one is in Forlorn Muskeg. So I will go collect all those 3 keys, just so we have that 100% as well. Okay, up we go. And here is the old lookout tower. Nice stuff. So in the old version of this stuff, for those of you who played that far, if you played survival mode in the old version, this tower was actually located over there, but it's now a destroyed lookout tower. And we can go there, but there isn't anything there really for us to do. That's one of those few locations in the game that has some loot in it, but there's nothing really to it. You'll go there and you'll find a bit of loot, but it's not related to the story or anything like that, so I don't think we'll be going there. But here's the actual lookout tower. You can get a good view of Mystery Lake. In survival mode, this is also a Polaroid location where we can get a vista. And you can kind of see the entire map from up here as well, as far as rendering allows. So Trapper's Cabin, because of the way story mode has a little bit of a different engine, not engine, but visual enhancements, it works a little bit differently with the distance rendering, apparently. You can see the cabins there in the distance. These are the cabins I was talking about. Camp Office, which we'll go to on the way back, is right there. That has a key and a quest item in it. Trappist, which we came from, is that direction. Unnamed Pond, which we came from now, is kind of like down there. You can kind of see the tree down there. That's where we were. And then the dam is... You can actually see it. It's over there. So this makes the whole place look a bit smaller. There's some other areas interesting, like this place here, and this derailment down there as well. There's a lot of places to loot, but... Anyway, let's go in here. Rest there if you want, but we don't need to. Here you'll find an illegible note. Yeah, you can tell I don't have English as my first language. I take that. There we are. Find a cache near the entrance to Forlorn Muskeg from Mystery Lake, which is here. This is one of the caches. There's 6 of these caches in total. And completing all 6 will give you an achievement as well. So we're going to do all 6. But despite them being called Mystery Lake supply cache, they're not all in Mystery Lake. There's 1 in Broken Railroad, no, 2 in Broken Railroad, sorry, and there's 1 in Forlorn Muskeg. Mystery Lake is this, the name Mystery Lake is a bit confusing because this region is called Mystery Lake, but this lake is actually Mystery Lake. When you get the hunting lodge, it will say the hunting lodge at Mystery Lake. So is that the region, or is it the lake, or is it the, what is it? Who knows? Okay, so that triggered the supply cache. We can pick up the stuff if we want to. We don't really need this, but we might as well pick up the food as we're here. More matches, accelerant, cloth, first aid boots. We don't need the boots. We don't need the tablets either. But, you know, this stuff, wool socks, thermal underwear, food, a lot of stuff. I think the thermal underwear.
Drop some gear.
I don't think we need the wool socks. I think it's up there. A little bit too heavy, but it's okay. We can actually eat something if you want. Let's eat the heavy stuff like the dog food. If we get food poisoning, it doesn't matter. We can just sleep it off. But let's just eat that. We can also eat the pork and beans. Just to,
drop any
you might as well, because there's so much food, including what we carried over from episode 1, you might as well just eat stuff, you know. Have some water too. Then we can drop the recycled cans we've got, which are these ones. And there we are. Okay, I'm going to drop the casings. Normally in survival mode, I would say keep these, because you use them to make more ammo. Here, they play no role whatsoever. They are only really in the episode to begin with, because, as I mentioned in episode 1, up until 2022, December 2022, Wintermute, the story mode, and survival mode was intertwined, where changes in one affected the other. So when they added ammunition crafting, which I think was in 2019, to survival mode, they added the mechanic of picking up your cartridges, which meant that was also added to Wintermute. But of course you can't make ammunition in Wintermute, so what's the point? So you don't actually need these at all. If this was survival mode, I would keep them. But in story mode, you don't need them. Okay, let's head out of here. We're now going to head to the dam, which will trigger quite a few things. So in the dam, there's a few things to find. The dam will also return to later, because there's a Hank's hatch. It takes us there. So we'll go to the dam at least 3 times in this playthrough. Now, we could take a shortcut here. So to get back down, you could actually go where we came from, go all the way down that slope, or you could be a goat and just goat down. It's actually really easy. It looks scary, but it's not. Goating in the long dark is very easy, because there's so many ledges you can go to. So for example here, just go through this little gap in the fence. And then here you can see there's some ledges. You can just walk down them. Boom, bada boom, bada boom. No problem at all. And you can see you can pretty much just walk all the way down here. As long as it's not straight down, you can go on any ledge like this. No problem. Maybe you'll get a sprain, but that doesn't matter. Just head down here. Very easy. You will not see me do this many times. I'm mostly doing it to illustrate. If you didn't do this, you just take the regular route and go all the way down and then head to the train tracks. And then you'll end up at derailment here. But in this particular case, I'm just showing you so you know what happens. If you took the normal route and followed the ledges down the road like we took on the way up, you would end up at this slope right there. And then you can just walk down this slope, for example, or whichever, and you end up at derailment again. So you see, it doesn't really matter. You got some choices here. Okay. And we might as well stop here as we're at it. I'm a little bit heavy because I'm carrying too much stuff, but that's okay. It will wait. So this is derailment, which has a little bit of miscellaneous loot. Inside here that you can check if you want. You don't really need to. It's not story related, but you can check. And it's got amazing loot, as you can see. I don't know if I should this time. Yeah, okay. But here we are. You got a flare, and you got this container. Another sewing kit and cloth and mittens. Yeah, a lot of stuff. There's one of many areas like that. Okay, so now we're gonna head to the dam itself. We'll check out this train cart along the way. Again, here we are. We were up there. We goated down like this. And the supply cache we found, we're gonna go to the dam. So in the dam, there's a few things to pick up. There's a note that will trigger another supply cache. So for these supply cache, the Mystery Lake supply cache, of which there are 6. Oh, there's a wolf right there. You have to find the note for each one. So each supply cache has a corresponding note. So you have to find a note before you find the supply cache. That wolf was closer than he appeared. This is why the stress pistol is so great, because you can react really fast. I knew the wolf was there, I didn't think he would cross over though. But, you know, we had full health, so if it had happened, it would matter. Yeah, so you have to find all the notes. And there's one in the dam, and the actual cache is pretty close as well. Okay. Is that it in the dam? I think that might be it in the dam for now, plus the story. We also have to go there for Hank's thingy. think that might be it for now. Let's just check in here. Yeah, you can also find little things. More cloth, container, lantern fuel, I guess you can say that. More supplies. As you can see, there's so many supplies all over the place. I'm picking it up and I don't really need it. But you should not be worried about... Oh, work pants. More rounds. Ooh. You shouldn't be worried about things like ammunition or food or clothing.
Drop something.
There's so much stuff to be found. Yeah, I'm a bit too heavy here, but what's going to happen is that after I've been to the dam, I'll probably sleep in the trailers out here, and then I might repair some clothing or something, and then we'll go. So it doesn't matter if I'm a little bit heavy. If you're a Long Dark player, you know that picking up everything is just like an instinctual behavior. You want to just pick up everything you see and end up being tired. And that's fine. And then it's a skill to leave things behind. It's not easy to do, but you'll get used to it. I tend to leave things behind in places. Of course, I'm used to survival mode, where you then return to those places. And you can then pick it up again. So I prefer dumping stuff in like in a building, that sort of thing. There we are to the dam itself, and it's abandoned. But we're gonna go to the dam at least 3 times this story. And it's in survival mode. There's a ton of sorts of loot. In here also we'll have quite a lot of loot, but we don't really need all of it. There's a few things we're gonna check though. Okay. So here's the gate, but
Carter Dam. This place has seen better days.
Here's the gate, but the gate's actually locked.
Tight. Must be a key or something around here.
The key is actually in one of the trailers. That's how you get inside. I can't remember which one. I think it's in this one, actually. So forgive me if I'm not remembering. But it's in one of these 2. So don't worry, you don't have to go scouring the entire map just to find it. Here we are. Yeah, there you go. Keys right there. And then you got some more story-related quests. Again, I'm not going to read all the notes around. If you're interested in the Long Dark lore and the details about what is the Carter Hydro Dam and all that stuff, I do recommend that you check out a YouTuber called Toasty Bits, who knows everything about the Long Dark lore and can tell you in detail about everything, pretty much. So he is the go-to guy for all that sort of stuff. Let's just check this these lockers. I'm not going to loot everything inside the dam, because there's just so much stuff in there. We'll pick up this stuff just because we're here. So many resources. Finwall sweater. We're going to get rid of Mackenzie's sweater. Sorry, Mackenzie. That's terrible. And these pants are great if they're repaired. We could actually repair one now because it's still daytime. We can dump the other trousers. And so now, this is better so you can see. How much cloth do I have? 5, that's fine. That. There we go. Okay, so now we can head into the dam itself. By the way, I don't think you can hear it, but if you can, my wife plays Overwatch, and she's in another room. Sometimes she plays with other people, and it does happen that something very exciting happens in the game, and the voices carry over. So if you do hear something in the background, it's probably my wife, or it's my 2 babies, because I have 2 children sleeping. 2 baby monitors.
Holy shit.
Unfinished business with the bear, he said.
Come to Canada, they said. It will be fun, they said. Okay, so that's our first encounter with the bear. We are going to encounter the bear multiple more times before we have an attempt to killing him. The bear can only be deterred, and it's mostly in cutscenes at this point. Okay, let's go inside. And here's a few things for us to check out. But mostly we're here just to for the main story. There's a couple things to pick up as well.
Hello? Anyone here? This place looks like it's been empty for a while.
Now, the unstable thing that the trapper talked about was that when the Aurora hits, the cables will start lighting up. And if you step on a live cable, it will kill you, basically. So you want to avoid doing that.
I could use this.
You could, but we already have one. Take the coffee. So, and again, here there's load of loot there. Like, you can open all of these lockers. We have a lot of loot already. We don't really need to do this. So I'm not going to check everything there is.
Seems like the quakes did some damage here.
But there is a lot of loot
the
there.
old guy meant about unstable.
Yeah, so you can see there's all these cabinets. There's this stuff. There's loot all over the place. And you can go down here. We're going to go down here later, but there's loot down there too. There's more lockers there. There's so much stuff. We can open this one since it was locked, just for the fun of it. Some of the loot's random, some is predetermined. The control room is where we want to go later, but it's locked. Getting in there requires a code and Aurora for the keypad to work.
This thing isn't opening unless I can get the power working again. So that's a problem for later. I have to get those radio parts.
Yeah, that's for later. I do often when I'm here, though, check this corner here. Because right here on this shelf, sometimes there's good stuff. Not today, though. You got a candy bar there. Mittens, if you don't have mittens already, there's mittens. Yeah, some more lore. There's a lot of these notes around about lore. We don't really need any of that stuff, though. What we need is in the admin office, which is upstairs. We are going to check into this bathroom, though. Take this. There's a lot of calories. Here there is a corpse.
What the?
We can loot. Which has the admin office key, which we need to get into the office upstairs. Which is part of the main story. And then we got a Forest Talker Dam note, which just talks about who this is, basically. There's a whole story about the Forest Talkers. There's a whole thing. And then here's the stress pistol, which we already have. We have that already. But if you didn't have it, if either you didn't find it in episode 1, or you didn't take the optional supplies, you have it here. So remember that in episode 1, you can find the stress pistol in the highway robbery quest up on the bridge, and a few shells around. But you also have the option of taking it with you in the plane. So there's 2 to be found in episode 1, and there's a 3rd one. So there's plenty of opportunities to find it. We don't need it though, because we already have one. And also carrying 2 can cause complications, as you might remember if you've seen episode 1, because it will pick up the stress pistol with the most conditions, which could be empty. So yeah, there's that. And actually, if you look around here, sometimes you'll find bullets in like the trash cans and that sort of thing. The toilets sometimes have bullets. Yeah, I'm not going to open all this stuff because we don't need it. It's just more things and we don't really need that. Okay, here we're going to go up, down later for another story, for another quest. We're going to go up. Okay, sorry about that. Just having a chat with my wife. So here we are, and the upstairs. You can go up further, but there's nothing to it. It's just literally just that. But here is the sort of admin office area, and there's stuff around here. Again, a lot of miscellaneous loot. You're sure you got water on the floor.
Goodness.
Thank goodness. All these drawers you can loot. So if you want to just loot stuff, just loot coffee, you know. Again, some of it's random and some of it's predetermined. But yeah, you just load of stuff around. But what you do want to do though is find the note, which is this one, crumbled note, which is a supply cache. Take that one, and it will trigger another one, which is Alan's Cave, which is here. This one's quite easy to find. So these are the 2 supply caches here. Okay, now we're going to go into...
That sounds like what the trapper needs.
Yeah, that's right. but it's locked. You need a key, and the key is in here. And to get the key, you need to go to that corpse we found. I'm really sorry, but I have to give me 1 second. The baby woke up. Okay. All right, yeah, sorry. So what happens when you make a walkthrough, but you have a baby and a toddler and 2 baby monitors, and they wake up. Anyway, so yeah, we need to get into this locker right here, and to get the key we need to get into this room, and to get the key to this room we need to go into the bathroom downstairs to get an admin key, which we already have. We also need these things, the parts.
Used to fix the shortwave.
And here's some scrap metal, can be used for forging, whatever. Pry bar.
That'll come in handy.
We can pick this up because the one we already have has been used, so it's slightly lower condition. Not that it matters, you're not going to break it in the story mode, but nevertheless. And then the radio parts themselves. Matches, I guess. Summon soda. And the part. There we go. Some radio parts anyway. There we are. Okay. And now we need to get in here. And here we have the elevator note thing and the medical station key, which is what we need to open the locker. There we go. And this other stuff, again, a lot of stuff you can open here. You don't really need to open any of it if you want. As we're here, we might as well open the safe, I guess. Remember, this is just to go high number until you find the number. Go to the right. That was 29 or something. So you go to the right until you find the number. Gosh, I can't pronounce English today, sorry. There you go. This is around 28, 29. 30, okay. And then we go past the other way till we see the next number is, looks like it was 54 or something. So 30. And that was 53, okay, and then we need to find a third number. If you exit this and go back in, the numbers will change, so you can't remember. And I tend to do the third number slow, just because I think it's a bit faster than spinning it and missing. Yeah, and then we can open this.
What have we here?
Flare shell, I'll take that. Bullets, take that too. Stim, take that. That was pretty good. Nice stuff. Bunch of stims. Okay, now we can open the medical locker. There we go. Supplies.
Industrial strength antibiotics and very strong painkillers. Dangerous. You can get hooked on this stuff. Let's hope we don't need it.
Yeah. Let me take that back to Trappers. Very nice. So now we're done in the dam. We got the supply cache note. And we also got the story stuff for now. And now we can head back. But it's a blizzard and it's night. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and we could sleep in here.
I'd better check in on that old trapper.
We have a bedroll, but we're going to go to the trailer we were at and sleep there. Then we're going to go by a camp office and Alan's cave on the way back. Pick up the supply cache and stuff there too. There we go. Yeah. There we are. And we might as well just eat and drink something. We have so much. Why not? Sure, condensed milk. Let's open it. Crack it open. Little cow. You can also grab some of these cans here. I guess that's it. We'll do another one because why not? We can drop our type of cans. And we can sleep. Because I want it to be morning, I'm going to put like 12 hours. Yeah. There we go. Now it's morning. As I said in my other video, like on story mode, you can just sleep for as long as you want to. Doesn't matter how long we're talking. It's not going to be hindered by how much you actually are tired. You can just sleep for however long you want, really. I'm just going to drink all of these. I think I might repair a couple things. So our hat's pretty bad condition. Let's just repair that. Just so we're a bit warmer out there. Not that it really matters. And we're carrying less stuff. Anything else that's low condition? Cargo pants. So let's repair those. Just because then we're even warmer going out there. I think we can also repair air wrap. That's pretty good. Mittens. All of these are pretty good to repair. Let's do a cool sweater. This will give us a little bit of an edge going out there. You don't really need it, but it makes it easier. Repair the air wrap as well. I think we are out of cloth now soon. Oh, that's failed. The first fail we've had. There we go. And I think that's it for cloth, yeah. Okay. We're a bit too heavy. We're carrying too much stuff. But that's okay. We got a lot of water, for example. We're carrying 2 cooking pots, which I don't really need. This is the habit I have from survival mode. In fact, what we could do to make it a bit lighter, take a 1 recycled can and drop 1 cooking pot. Then you're a bit lighter, because you can use then the can for making, say, a tea and a pot for water, for example. We also have too many flares. I can drop a couple things here. So, too many matches. We're not going to need all these matches. I'm just going to drop it here as a little base thing. We don't need this cedar wood either. Too many stims, but that's okay. Keep the stims. A lot of food. Food's not that heavy though. A lot of gear as well. Again, lots of sewing kits. We can drop a couple of those. Hatchet we got. Knife, pry bar. We don't really need a can opener. Not really. Because we're using the knife and hatchet as well. So we can actually just drop that. It's a small thing, but we can refuel the lantern. With the little lantern oil we found. And we're carrying a ton of ammunition, but that's okay. We don't need 3 stones, 2 is fine. We can take scrap metal, I guess. Okay. But a bit heavy still, but it's okay. Now what we're going to do, we're going to head back to the trappers with our supplies to heal them right back up as rain. Good as rain. But first we're gonna go via this place, Alan's Cave. So there is one of the caches. And also there's a hunter's blind, which I think is one of the keys for the cabins. And we'll go by the camp office, which also has one of the keys, as well as one of the survival quests. So there's like kind of like 3 things to pick up here, which we're going to do right now. So let's head out. Okay, so here we are. We're going to now get these 3 things. Yeah, you'll find a little bit of birch as well, because you got the birch forest. And by the way, now it's approaching noon, and we're 4 degrees, we're warm, because our clothing gives plus 18%, because we repaired a lot. So, even though this is the hardest difficulty, with the gear we have found, we're actually warm now, so we can just walk around and not having to worry about being cold. Which is a refreshing change from interlope and survival mode. You can just walk around. So as you can see, like on story mode, even on the hardest difficulty, it's not very difficult because supplies are so plentiful, and you have deterrents for animals. You find good clothing. The weather is alright. Sometimes it's scripted to be bad. Generally speaking, the main challenges is like running into a wolf or getting through some of the scripted story moments. There are hard elements to the story, but for the most part, even on the hardest difficulty, it's pretty much a breeze. It's very easy to recover health. It's very easy to get food, water, all of that stuff is pretty easy. Let's see here. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Yeah, so the game is pretty easy. There's a wolf. Let's just get rid of this wolf. There's a few little 2 wolves. little interruptions to this one because children, but also strangely, I paused the game there. There's actually maybe an Aurora outside of my house, which is unusual. Well, you do get the Aurora widely. I live in Norway and there's Auroras here all the time, but I live pretty south in Norway, so they're much rarer. But anyway, enough about that. Here's 2 wolves. You don't have to worry too much about them, especially going to the blind. They will also go for these animals here. We want to go into this hunter's blind. Find one thing. That out. So here's some bullets. A snare, which you don't really need. And oh, the snare is nice, but there should be something else here. Ah, the corpse, there we are. Let's get rid of this wolf. Hit the wolf, but he didn't bleed. There we are. Key to Lake Cabin 2. There's 3 keys in total. This is 1 of 3.
I think
And a rifle bullet too. And dog food. I have a lot of distress bullets, like flare guns. So I'm not scared about using these to get rid of wolves. But if you don't have enough, just use flare or a torch and a stone trick. And here is the cache. Or the rifle. We have so many rifle rounds too. It should be in here. It is Alan's Cave. I think it's over here. There we are. It is the supply cache. So this is the first one found, but it's 1 of 6 that we need to do.
Well, what do we have here?
Marie,
Should be
water,
good.
coffee, good stuff. Actually heavy as well. There we go. That is 1 supply cache down. We have another one down here. And if our journal, I think it actually does say, yeah, 14%. Yeah. Let's just get rid of this one too. Same wolf. There we are. Permanently out. Okay, so now we are heading towards Mystery Lake itself. So this is the other way to get there. There's actually another route as well. You can follow the river as well to get there. So on the map here, so we have now been walking this way. So we got there by following the railroad tracks effectively. Now we're going this way here. It's Alan's Cave and the Hunter's Blind. And we're going down here towards the lake. But you can actually go the river as well. Or you can even go up here in the mountains. And there's a cave up there too. There's all sorts of routes you can take. The game is not very linear like that. With the map that shows you where you are, it's even easier. However, there you can see a rope. That rope leads up to the Overlook Cave. So at the top of there's a little lookout point towards the lake itself. And there's a cave there with some loot, but it's not relevant to the story, so I don't think we'll be going there. Alright. So one of the supply caches for Mystery Lake is in one of the cabins that are down here. But we don't really need to pick that up now. The actual cache itself is in Clear Cut, so near the destroyed lookout tower. We could go pick it up now, but we could also just wait, because we have to come back to these lake cabins anyway. Because when we get to Broken Railroad, we will then get the Lake Gunshots quest, which is to investigate basically the cabins. So you have to go to these cabins then anyway. And then in addition to that, there is a Forest Stalker cache at the logging camp, which is near Clear Cut. So these are the cabins that we're talking about. There's more than those, so there's multiple. We might as well do it at the same time. So when we have the quest to go to, I think it's that cabin there, it's the Forest Stalker cabin. So when we have the quest to go there, we might as well check out the other cabins too. With the keys and all that stuff. But for now, we're going to head to camp office. A lot of wolves. That's the main thing with the hardest difficulty, really. That there's a lot of wolves. But we're fine. We'll also do the fishing, I think, when we come back for that. Here you have the sort of tandem system of the wolves. So 2 of them have spotted me, but this guy is actually following me. So this wolf is just standing there passively. It's kind of like this second wolf is not allowed to go for me because this wolf is busy going for me. So instead he just stands there. You can actually use this to your advantage and just walk through wolves. They will pretty much ignore you because another wolf is busy. You know what I mean? Okay. That works with Aurora Wolves as well. So off we go. They're in camp office. There is one of the survival books. I think there is a key in here too. Let's have a look around. Let's see here. There we are. This is the camp office. Very many people's favorite base in this game in survival mode, and there should be quite a lot of stuff around here. First things first, we have the Frozen Angler, which is another one of the survival school things. Pick that up. And it will tell you what to do. So we have to catch a fish in a fishing hole. There we are. Oops, sorry, here we go. 5 kilos of fish. That's not too hard. Salmon will do it. Learn to craft fishing tackle and catch a fish. That's pretty easy.
Thank
and
goodness.
now they gave us the blueprint to craft fishing tackle. We should need a hook and a line. So for the hook you need scrap metal, line you need cured guts, but you can also find them around. Here is a park notice which you'll just pick up. And some scrap metal to make the hooks if you hadn't found it already. Here you find some miscellaneous stuff. You got lantern fuel.
This stuff will come in handy.
Here is the line you can use. And there's a complete fishing tackle as well. And a hook. So you might as well just make it. So if you want to make the hooks, you actually need the workbench for that. And same with the lines. If you want to make them with guts or scrap, you have to have a workbench for that. However, the actual fishing tackle you can use anywhere. You don't need a workbench for that. So let's craft that. And there we go. Now we have a fishing tackle. Now we just need to go fish. But we don't need to do that right now. We got some lantern fuel. Also just check here. We got whetstone. We don't really
Could end up being useful.
as line as well. See, there's all these supplies around. They basically want you to succeed. They don't want to make the game too hard. More sewing kit, more matches. There's so much stuff to be found. Look around, you'll find even more stuff. I'm sure there's just so much. There's wood. You can check all these things if you want to. Another cooking pot if you don't have one already. Books, salted crackers, recycled can. And you can look around. There might be some stuff in here sometimes as well. There's just so much stuff here. And upstairs. Here you can find more stuff. So there's books to craft, to use, I mean. You got, also, you got a herbal tea, which is nice.
Should
Couple
come
herbal
in
tea.
handy.
You got a Mystery Lake flyer. Very nice. You got a bedroll if you didn't have that already. I think actually that might be better condition. Yeah, but it's not really worth it. Cargo pants. We already have cargo pants, but you can see there's a lot of to be found there.
Is it food?
More food. This is so much food. Crazy amount of food. Canned socks. You can sleep with boots. That's a rifle round right there. And we might as well loot all this stuff too. We already have 2 from underwear. See, there's so much stuff in there. So much stuff. So, you know, this is one of those places you can go to that it just has a lot of loot. And it's quite a nice place to just go to in general. Because it's just It got a lot of loot going for it. It's quite safe. It connects to a lot of things. It's just a pretty central, hub. It's right in the middle of the map. It's very easy to get to. It connects to everything. It's not far from Trapper's Dam. If you did want to play survival, well, survival mode is sure, but if you do want to play story mode as survival, because some people do that, they play episode 2 especially as like a survival mode, and because you can do nearly all the same things, except you can also save the game. So if you want to do that, of course you could, and this is a very good base to do that. It's got everything you need really. Okay, there's also the key. There's a key here for the one of the cabins, which I have forgotten where it is. So let's have a quick look around. Might have been downstairs. Not entirely sure. Let's look around for a key. If not, it's going to be in something, like a drawer or something that I didn't open. Did I dismiss it? I might have dismissed it. It has a hatchet as well.
I could use this.
This is better than the one I got. So let's drop the old hatchet. Very nice. That was kind of hidden actually. Let's look around. Where is this key? Key. I apologize that even though this is 100% walkthrough, there are some details I just forgotten. Let's just loot these. Beef jerky. Beef jerky. And there it is. I thought maybe it was here. There's the key. So that's 2 out of 3 keys to the cabins. Now again, these keys are not actually relevant to any quest or story mode. So they aren't really that important to get. They're just really for you to unlock more things and more loot, really. But now you have 2 out of 3. The third one is in Forlorn Muskeg. So we're not going to go to the cabins. We'll do it all in one go. So after we've been to Broken Railroad and unlocked the extra quests in Mystery Lake, we'll then go to Lake Cabins and also open the locked cabins. You know what I mean? So I think we got everything we need here actually now, so we can actually just leave, to be honest. There's nothing really for us here. So let's head back to the Trapper. So now we are good. We're a little bit heavy, but it's alright. We can run a little bit if we want. We got good stuff. We got everything we wanted. We picked up one of the supply caches. Pick another one up. We could do it right now actually, just to get it out of the way. Down here, kind of towards Trappers. It's basically by the entrance to Forlorn Muskeg. So Forlorn Muskeg is down here, at the end of this rail line there. And there's a supply cache there. And it might be better to pick that up now rather than later, because now the Trapper will send you on a journey to Broken Railroad. This is why you need to use headsets, people. I didn't see that wolf, but I could hear in the corner of my eyes, wow. I could hear through my ears that there was these little paws moving around the snow, and then when I heard the barking, I knew the wolf had seen me. The headsets help a lot with detecting wolves. Like, it's really helpful. Just so you know that. But again, like with wolves, you just need to be prepared. So if you didn't react fast enough there, if you didn't have the rifle or the distress pistol handy and you ended up in a wolf struggle, just make sure to sort of plan ahead. Like when you're out and about, plan for as if you're going to fail. A plan that maybe you don't want to get into a wolf struggle, but what happens if you do get into a wolf struggle? Will you survive it? So make sure you have enough recovery items, health, and that sort of thing. Now, of course, it's a story mode. It has saves, so you're not really at a big threat anyway, because you can just save and load your game. But especially when you're out and about, sometimes it happens that you haven't saved in a little while, so this actually takes you to Forlorn Muskeg, which is the next region. But we're going to get this cache, which is over here somewhere. I think actually it might be up on this hill. Again, like this is the episode. I have played this episode before, actually twice. I played the old episode and the new one, but it is a long time ago. I did research it, though, for this walkthrough to remind myself of everything so I wouldn't forget anything. But that being said, I'm still, you know, a little bit rusty, so you're going to have to forgive me if I make some mistakes or, you know, spend, you know, a little bit more time looking for things than I maybe should. I'm sorry if that is the case here. I don't remember where this supply cache is, if I'm completely honest, but it's around here somewhere. I don't actually think it's up here. I think it is down on the ground. I just need to find it. But it is here somewhere. Let's find it. It shouldn't be hard to spot, because there's that little container thingy. But we just gotta find it, that's all. Where have you gotten to? Around here somewhere. Could also be actually... there it is. There it is. I knew it was around here somewhere. I just couldn't remember exactly. I think it took the longest detour you could. I think I walked up there past it, didn't I? But anyway, here it is.
There you are.
Oh, wow.
That'll come in handy.
Peaches. So the supply is also handy. Now, in episode 1, it's a little bit unusual because in episode 1, the supplies you find are actually useful in the sense that you can give them to Greymother or both her quests. But finding as much food as possible is actually good. You can then just dump it in Greymother's house and you'll complete the quest faster, which is really good. Here we don't really have that, so it's just really food to eat pretty much. So you don't really need a lot of the stuff you find. And because the items carried over also, you already have good gear. But again, in all the episodes, even on the hardest difficulty, you will find a lot of stuff. You know, unless you get caught in a blizzard or something, you're not going to get cold. It's really pretty easy to get this sorted. It's not hard. 100% completionist is a little bit hard in the sense that you got to know where everything is. You got to know where things are. So a lot of side quests, some side quests you'll find naturally because they are triggered through events that are connected to the main story. I'm not going to pick up all the birch bark. By the way, I'm here now. I'm walking along the edge. So I walk from camp office down the railroad tracks, picked up the supply cache here. Now I'm just going along the edge here, back to Trapper's Cabin. Yeah, so some quests, you just find them naturally by playing the game. But the other ones you have to find by just exploring, and you kind of have to, if you don't know where they are, you kind of have to explore everywhere in the map. And, you know, it's found, like, the key is found in a random drawer, you know, sort of thing. And there's several areas that don't trigger anything, so it's a lot of work. So it helps to know where things are. I was a bit surprised in researching these videos that it's actually not that many good walkthroughs of the video of the episodes. There's plenty of people playing them and even doing non-narrated walkthroughs, but that are 100%. But they don't necessarily have, for example, timestamps or anything like that. So if you want to look for something specific, it's kind of hard. So I'm trying to be as thorough as possible in this, so that you can also skip to things that you want to see with timestamps in the video. But when we're not doing stuff like that, I'll just narrate as much as I can. Okay, so here we are back at Trapper's. This is the upper area of it, so you can see Trapper's coming right there. Okay, Trapper's Cabin. This cave to my left here actually leads back to Milton, and you can actually go through it and go back to Milton. You can, but the rope is still cut because you fell in episode 1, so you can't get back into Milton itself. So there's no point going there, but you can actually go. So technically speaking, there are 4 regions in episode 2, but it's not really necessary to go there. You might be able to goat back into Milton, but again, why? Well, you could. Okay, here we are back at Trapper's Cabin. And it's time to heal him up and move on with the quest. Let's go inside. You can actually eat this cooked venison. Why not? Yummy. And in we go.
Oh, shit. Oh, that's smart.
Take it easy. You're pretty banged up. You're probably a bit delirious, too. I just gave you a shot of some heavy antibiotics. Might feel funny for a while, but it'll help. And you're gonna need some time to recover.
Time? We don't have time. We need to get a message out. It's important.
Message? You mean to your friend, asking for medical help?
Never mind that. Help me up so I can look at the radio. Let's see if the parts you brought back are any good.
That's a military shortwave, isn't it?
Maybe.
I know a bit about radios. That's not like any surplus I've ever seen.
Ah, damn it! Well, the parts look fine. So, whatever's wrong with the radio goes deeper than that.
What could it be?
Something to do with the power. Fuses. Transformers, maybe. We have bigger problems to deal with first. That bear's out there, hunting us. He's a smart old bastard. He'll keep us from getting out, getting supplies, finding help. Eventually, he'll either get us or starve us out. Ah! Oh. I gotta lay down. Help me back to the bed.
Alright, so we now have done the first quest in the story mode here. There's 5 in total. And now we are in dialogue mode. So as before, I'm going to let this play out. We'll do all the dialogue options before we continue. So let's just play this out. Again, the blue is the main story and the other ones are optional. As this is also a playthrough, we're going to do all of them. Let's just get through it.
The dam was pretty busted up, like you said.
Place was cracked open by the quake years ago and never recovered. Was already half dead at the time.
Meaning?
The dam dates back to the 60s. Industrialists from the mainland wanted to use it to power a mining town he was planning to build. But the bottom fell out of the price of coal, and he had to abandon those plans. Some fool tried to get it running again in the 80s. But then the forest talkers got involved, and that was the end of it. Pretty sure the quakes finished the job once and for all.
So, who are the forest talkers?
Eco-terrorists. Activists, some call them. Depends on who you talk to, I guess.
Why are they out here?
Well, they've been active for years. They come and go. Mostly here to throw a wrench in the works for a variety of resource projects, mining, forestry mainly. They want Great Bear to remain a pristine wilderness.
You don't sound like you agree.
Oh, I've no love for industry. But this is the way of the world. You have something they want. They take it. Nothing much you can do to stop it.
Well, judging by what I saw in the dam, I'd say the forest talkers are still active.
Well, that's good news for you. Keep your eyes open for supply caches they might have left behind.
Can you tell me anything about where we are?
Well, this whole area takes its name from Mystery Lake nearby. It's kind of a wilderness preserve, though you wouldn't know it from the logging trucks. Not much around there, apart from some lake cabins that'll be locked up for the season. You've already seen the dam. Railroad passes through the area. Trains come through once in a while. Fewer every year. Whole area's mostly dead. Most of the year.
You sound like you like it that way.
Yeah, I sure do.
So, no other people living out here?
You gotta understand. The collapse destroyed Great Bear. There's nothing here to stay for. You meet anyone out here? Chances are they're hiding from something. Or someone.
And you? Why are you here?
I have my reasons.
What's this unfinished business between you and the bear?
Ah. Me and the old bear. Every time we meet, we make a little trade.
And what do you trade?
Each other's blood, mostly.
Sounds like a losing proposition.
Oh, I'm sure it will be. For one of us.
The main reason I'm out here is I'm looking for someone.
You won't find too many people out here. That's kind of the whole point.
This is someone important to me. A woman. She may have passed through here a few days ago. She might have been injured.
What makes you think she came through here?
She passed through the tunnel leaving Milton, but then... I'm not sure.
Well, the roads from Milton don't lead this way. Wherever she's headed, you'll have to cross the mountains to find her. Not an easy path, even for the most experienced outdoorsman.
I'll do whatever it takes.
Well, you won't get far with that bear on the prowl. What we need is to get my radio up and running, so we can find out what the hell is going on. Maybe someone out there has seen your friend.
The woman I'm looking for. She might be on her way to a place called Perseverance Mills. You know it?
Yeah. Shit Nothing Town, north part of the island?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I know it.
We were on our way there, my passenger and I, when we crashed. I need to find a way to get there, or contact her. See if she's all right.
You sure she's alive?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Well, normally I'd make some calls on the old shortwave. Whole area's been damn quiet since those lights in the sky. Even the wildlife's acting strange. But I might have an idea.
What do you mean the wildlife's acting strange?
You live out here long enough, you get a sense for the patterns in nature. Right now, the patterns are broken. Critters aren't behaving the way they should. It's like they're spooked or something. No. Not spooked. But changed somehow. Best way I can say it is, things don't feel right.
You said you had an idea. What do you have in mind?
Well, it's a long shot. But I may know how we can find out about your friend.
I'm listening.
This shortwave, I use it to keep an ear open for what's going on.
So how do we get the radio working?
There's no reason I can see why it shouldn't be working.
Well, what about more parts? Or another radio?
We might find another radio. But I think I have a better idea. Problem is, it's no use with the old bear out there. Your path to a working radio, and our survival, is through that bear. We have to find a way to deal with him first.
Okay. So we have to deal with the bear. But you're half dead, and rifle shots don't seem to do much. So...
That's because the old bear, he's special. I've been hunting and trapping for years, and I've shot a lot of bears. But I've never encountered anything quite like him. Special bear like that needs special magic to bring him down.
Magic?
Don't worry, I'm not delirious. I don't mean literal magic, but we need the old knowledge. The old ways.
What do you have in mind?
There's an old story. Local legend, maybe. About one of the original settlers of this place. Spence. Story goes something like this. Spence shows up and sets up his claim shanty with his young family in tow. For generations, the family had been traders in the Hudson's Bay Company. Old voyageur stock, they say. Hard people. Survivors. One day, a bear shows up and menaces the homestead. Spence takes a shot at the bear, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Bear wanders off, but Spence's wife, she takes a turn. Slips into fever. For days, delirious, she screams about the bear. Local doctor can't do a thing for her, neither can the priest. Week later, a hired hand goes missing, and they find him. Just a body. Ravaged. Spence fears for his wife and kids. He's convinced some evil bear spirit is trying to kill them. Revenge for some slight in the past, maybe. Something in the family history. Spence gets some men together for a hunting party. They go out into the Muskeg and track something big for days. Eventually corner it. It's a big son of a bitch. Biggest bear they'd ever seen. Man killer. Story goes, they empty their rifles into the bear and it just walks away. Like it's made of stone. They call it the demon bear after that. Wife's dying now. Spence believes the bear's evil spirit is killing her. Eating her soul. He can't get anyone to join him on another hunting party. They know rifles don't work. So he forges a spear. Like a boar spear, but bigger. From some old Hudson's Bay trapper's wisdom, apparently. He goes out into the Muskeg, disappears for days, and then one morning, the wife's fever breaks. But nothing from Spence. Some men go out looking for him, and they find him. Half dead, blood all over him, body torn almost in two. The bear's work. The last thing he says is, "Spear stole the bear's soul. My wife is now free." And then he's gone.
So, did he kill the bear?
Nobody knows. Never found a carcass. They buried Spence, took the spear back and hung it over the mantelpiece in the Spence homestead. Never saw that bear, or any other, again. Years later, after the Spence family faded to obscurity, wealthy land baron bought the spear to hang in his hunting lodge. Just so he could tell that story, I imagine.
So, do you believe it? The story of the demon bear and the spear stealing its soul?
What? No, of course not. I might spend all my time alone in the wilderness, but I'm not crazy. But the old stories sometimes have truths hidden in them. Spence might have been superstitious, but he had the right idea. 10 inches of cold, hard steel might do what a bullet can't. I'm convinced. A spear's the way to kill that bear, and you need to get Spence's bear-killing spear if we're going to survive the winter. The old hunting lodge is still there, a couple of days' journey south. Follow the tracks the other way, through the Muskeg, and you'll find it. If the spear's there, get it. It might be our best hope.
And the radio?
You deal with the bear, and let me worry about the radio. Now, let me rest. Good luck out there. Watch out for our demon.
Right.
And there we have it. We are now in chapter 2, and we're basically now unlocking the rest of the region. So now we have to go on a journey all the way to Broken Railroad. We have to go through Forlorn Muskeg, And then that gives us the rest of the map. So here's Forlorn Muskeg, which is quite a large area, and there's places to go here as well that we have to go to. But we'll be doing most of that later. There's only really one thing we have to do, which is on the way to Broken Railroad. Once we get to Broken Railroad, there's quite a few things to collect near the maintenance yards to trigger other quests. But the main goal is here, the Hunting Lodge, which has the spear. All parts of it anyway. And it's also when we get to Hunting Lodge, we can unlock some additional side quests, which will then trigger in the other regions. So it's mostly linear in the beginning until we get to the Hunting Lodge, and then a lot of side quests basically open up. So that's what we're going to do now. We're going to head to the Hunting Lodge. Okay, then it's time to go. We're going to go to Forlorn Muskeg. I forgot to mention I also need to pick up a book there in Poacher's Camp. And then we're just going to start picking up all the quests. But I'm carrying too much stuff. We don't really need all these things. Let's dump some stuff in here. That can be our storage solution. So again, we have so many accelerants. 2 maybe is okay. Too many matches. We don't need this many matches. They don't weigh much, but a lot of stims. But tell you what, carry 2 stims. I don't know if you need any of these teas, to be honest. Not this difficulty. Let's get rid of that. Food, we're carrying a lot of food. Let's get rid of the low condition peaches. If this reaches 0% and it's in a container, it usually disappears, so just be wary of that. So we can put in there too. That's the stuff we could just eat, I guess. Then we have the rifle, that's heavy. A bunch of sewing kits. And I do want to have 1 flare at least. Extra lantern fuel. A lot of flare shells. We don't really need the whetstone, I'd say. And scrap metal. We don't really need scrap metal either. Still too heavy. Too heavy still. What's going to get rid of? Let's see. Okay, get rid of 1 flare. We'll find more flares anyway. So, lining, get rid of. The gun is heavy. It's really heavy. Let's see what else. Maybe a bit too much water. Let's get rid of a little bit of water. We got these drinks anyway. And yeah, that's about it. But let's see, can I anything else? I don't really need these teas, I guess. Let's go to the rosehip tea. Cash. Oops. And okay, we're now actually light at least. We can also get rid of these. We don't need 24 matches. Where we're going. Okay, I think that's it. The rest we can carry because we can eat some of this stuff. We'll find food along the way though, because there's so much food. It's difficulty. Okay, I guess that's it. So let's head out. We actually drink one of them now. There you go. Now it's actually starting to get dark, but it doesn't really matter. We could wait until morning, I suppose. Maybe we should actually. I wasn't going to do that. Actually, come to think of it, because I'm a bit tired. I got coffee though. We could just go. Yeah, let's just go. Let's go. It's not even cold. 9 degrees because of all the clothing I got. And the way it works also is that your fatigue, which is the eye symbol down there, it doesn't really impact anything in the game until it's more than halfway depleted. So as you can see, I'm approaching that. Once it goes beyond halfway and I have less than 50% left of my fatigue energy, then it starts impacting the game. You start being heavy, so your carry capacity is reduced. You also eventually take longer to recharge the sprint meter when there's only a quarter left. And that sort of thing. So it's best to keep it above half. Well, I have a lot of food. I could just stay there and I will be fine. But I can also sleep along the way in Poacher's Camp, for example. The journey to Broken Railroad is actually quite treacherous. In survival mode, it's very dangerous to go that route. There we are. Let's just see. This is Max.
What have we
Bullet. Because the route from Trapper's Cabin to Maintenance Yard is quite long, and in the open you got to cross the entire Muskeg. And in survival mode, the weather is much worse. I mean, here, even on the hardest difficulty, I'm pretty warm, and it's, you know, becoming evening. So I'm fine, unless there's a blizzard. But in survival mode, you get cold real fast, especially if you play Interloper or Misery. And it's a quite long journey to get there. And if you have the DLC in addition, the Tales from the Far Territory, the same journey has to be repeated again to get to the Far Territory. So you're traveling a really long time in the open with no real natural breakpoints. So if you have wood and a bedroll, you can pause a few places, but if not, then it's very hard. So you can stop in Poacher's Camp, which we're heading to now, which is like a derailed cart, which has a fire barrel in it, and you can always sleep there. There's some caves around. You have to go off the tracks to find those, but they are there. And in Broken Railroad, there's not really anything until you get to the maintenance yard itself, and there's wolves around, so the journey is a little bit treacherous. I want to kill a wolf, because we have a quest to kill a wolf in each region, but we haven't picked it up yet. He ran that way, so he'll probably come back here now. I'm mostly walking. I could run, but there's two reasons why I'm not running. Well, three. Hi, Wolfie. On this side. There he is over there. I'm just going to ignore him. Tell you the reasons in a sec. So this will lead to Forlorn Muskeg, right here. There you go. The wolf will not follow you into another region. There you go. So now we are here on the far eastern side. We're going to go all the way across. There are a few things to do here. Around here, there's a corpse that will trigger one of the loot caches. The Poacher's Camp, which is here, also has a skill book. There's a few other things to do, like the Hunter's Blind has one of the keys. And there's a few quests around here too, but we're not going to really do those until we have to visit these towers. We have to visit all these towers for a later quest, so we're going to do it then. But yeah, the reason I'm not running is, for one thing, we're not really in a hurry. What's the rush, really? Why rush? This isn't a speed run. We don't need to rush it. Second reason is that running depletes energy faster. So you're going to then get tired, and we have to stop and sleep. And you also then start getting heavy. And the third reason is... What was the third reason again? I had it, lost it, had it again. It'll come to me. it doesn't matter. But yeah, we're not in a hurry, we can just walk. And oh yeah, the third reason is that it's warm. So if it's warm, we don't really need to hurry. If it was cold, you might want to run just to get there faster and take less cold damage. Now again, this is story mode. You can save the game. There are very few situations where you will not be able to escape a situation you're in if you saved it prior. So for example, if I saved the game here, and or let's say a blizzard hit and I got lost, and I saved the game, then I die, it's very likely I can load it up and then just try and succeed. You know, so it's you'll get out of it for sure. Okay, but here is Forlorn Muskeg. It's a shame we can't really appreciate the gravity of it, because you can actually see in a clear day across the entire Muskeg. But for some reason in Wintermute, the draw distance is much shorter, like way shorter. But that's also because we don't have the visual enhancement update in Wintermute, so the game was visually updated in No, it was in like, when was it? About April or something? March, April 2025. Oh, wow, that popped in. Let me see if that. It got visually upgraded. Let's see. This is gonna reset. No, it's still there. Okay, well, that's weird. Yeah, it's because the weather changed. The weather changed visibility from light snow that somewhat reduced visibility to clear, and now we have longer visibility, which is why that happened. But yeah, in I think it was around March, April, we got a visual upgrade for the Long Dark, and that doesn't really apply to Wintermute. That's why you have these issues. Okay, so this is the poacher's camp right here. And does it actually update the map when you get it? No, you don't. You have to actually map it. Okay, but here there's a few things. Bedroll if you don't have one already, so you can sleep here, which is nice.
Wonder if this is
And you will see. We're going to be heavy now, but what we really want is this book here, the Guns book. What's better? This will trigger a quest, which is to hunt 3 wolves. There you go. So color wolf as in killer wolf in each region. Pretty easy. And there's wolves all over the place. The easiest is to shoot them with the rifle. So that's one thing. And if you are low on I'm gonna drink a coffee because we're a bit low on energy. This will give us a fatigue reduction as well. So now we drain lower basically. Okay, so that's one of the quests activated. There's a wolf over there. I can shoot this wolf.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
The other thing we want to do is there's a corpse at the end of these tracks that has one of the notes for the Mystery Lake cache on it. And that's it. Forlorn Muskeg has actually quite few things to do off the beaten path that isn't quest related. So there's a note that leads to a cache that's around here that you gotta find, but that the note is in a different region. And then you have the cabin key in High Blind. That's more or less it. We can shoot this wolf, and then we've done it in Forlorn Muskeg. He's busy, so we can just shoot him really. Oh, that didn't hit him. Welcome to Zach's tutorial, where he can't hit a wolf that's standing still. Well, there's an easy way to do it, which is to get the wolf to come to you. Now, we're going to find several more wolves, so I'm not too worried about this at all, but it's easy to shoot a wolf in the face when he's coming right at you. Let's see if we can just get him to come here. Wolfie, could you come here, please? Let's just trigger a charge by aiming at him. Wait till he gets close, and then shoot him in the face. There we go. Now we killed the wolf for the quest. For Forlorn Muskeg. If you click J, it will say here. Hold on. Might as well do it right away. I mean, it's quite likely we're running into more wolves, but now it's done. But yeah, no, Forlorn Muskeg is one of these strange regions because there's not much to do here. So the follow-up main quest will take us back here, and we have to repair some towers, and we have to go and do that. And then there's two things like the book I picked up and a note here, but those are both, you can't really miss them because both of them are along the main quest. Like, you will just find them naturally. It's pretty easy to do. But so if you go outside of the quest items and the quest things to do, the main quests, let's just do this. There's way more also, so. And there isn't that much to do here, actually. There is one of the Mystery Lake cache, or is it a Forest Talker cache? It's a Forest Talker cache, actually, I think, that's around here. And there is a Mystery Lake cache also that's around here, so there's two to find in here. And then there's a cabin key. But that's pretty much it. Like, for example, you have March Ridge up there, which is a whole thing. Like, in survival mode, you have lots of birch bark up there. You have this hunter's blind over there. There's a cave system over there. There's Spencer's farm. A whole bunch of stuff. But we don't really need any of those things because it's not really related to any of the quests. So it's something you just have to explore. In survival mode, most people don't really like staying in Forlorn Muskeg. It's too open. The ice can break and you can get hypothermia. There's just so much that happens. Let's get rid of this guy. Right, in the face. Remember to reload your flare gun. I have this habit of reloading it when I eject. If you click R when you eject the cartridge, it'll put a new one in right away. Okay, so around here somewhere there is a corpse. You have to forgive me that even though I have done this before, and I also researched it prior to making this video, occasionally I just can't remember the exact location of everything. So sometimes I will look for stuff that I should, you know, in a perfect world, know exactly where it is. But it's around here somewhere. A corpse by these train... There he is, yeah. Train carts. This is the guy. He should have a note. There is the note. Here, nothing on it. Blood-soaked note. Take it. And that triggered one of the caches. Looks like maybe the sound bugged because I didn't get any quest noises. That happens sometimes. If you play the game and sound don't work. Let's see if I drop this, for example. Does it work? Okay, that worked. If things like that happen, you can just exit to re-enter the game, or you can exit the building and go back in. I mean, it doesn't really matter. The supply cache we just found is this one here. That's the one. It's a bit misleading actually, because here it's called the Ravine one, but the Ravine supply cache is usually, oh, the Ravine is usually referred to as this one, this area here. That's what we call the Ravine in Broken Railroad. But the developers call this other place the Ravine. Neither of them have actually official names, so it doesn't really matter. It's just that the Ravine in survival mode, there is this place next to the hunting lodge. It has really good loot. You need a rope to get down there, and when you do get down there, there's a supply cache and all sorts of stuff there, so it's quite a good place. Okay. Let's head in to Broken Railroad. Okay, so now we are here, far on the eastern side, and there's actually a shortcut to get across to do this a bit faster, which I will show you, but we're not going to actually use it, not really. So this train track here will take you all the way to the maintenance yard. There'll be a cutscene on the way, and we're going to detour to pick up this supply cache, but you don't have to do that. You can actually go across it. Now that corpse that I walked past, like as you saw, you can miss it. If it's a clear day and you have crows out, then they will circle the corpse and you'll know it's there. But if not, then it's quite easy to walk past it. He's kind of hidden in the brambles there. But yeah, so we have our supply cache. Not down here, it's the next area. And we can go down and get it, of course. But I'll show you a little shortcut first in this this landslide. Let's see. So here we are. Getting dark now. We're going to go down here because this is like the intended route for you to take, which also gives you the cache. But you can actually skip this area, so this has collapsed. And you can skip it unless they amended it for story specifically. Going back, it's very easy. You can just walk over this. But if you do want to cross this faster, you just go up here on the right. And you just pretty much just hug the wall to walk across here. And up. And then you're more or less over already. See? And just hug these stones. And up you get. Up you get. And there you are. Now you're across. Isn't that neat? So that's a shortcut. Stay if you're having to go all the way around. But we are going to go all the way around for two reasons. One is that there's a supply cache down there. The other is that You might not do this. You might not like taking shortcuts like that. There's usually a wolf down here. Yeah, the wolf is gone for a rabbit. This is the area that they call the Ravine in Wintermute. In survival mode, people almost never go here because people use that shortcut I just showed you. Okay, he killed a rabbit over there. And the supply cache, I believe, is all the way at the end of this little stream over here. By the way, when a wolf kills a rabbit like that, it doesn't take the wolf very long to eat the rabbit. So the wolf is now busy, and he's not going to bother you at all until he's finished eating. And it doesn't take that long for the wolf to finish eating the rabbit, just so you know that. But when it's a deer, it takes much longer. Okay, so I think it's over here in the supply cache. There it is, yeah. This is another one ticked off. Take that.
Find something here. I think I
climbing socks. Ooh, long john. This is like the super thermals. There, bottle of water. Oh, water. We'll put those on. Yeah, but I was going to drop this other stuff. These are the better. You might feel like, oh, why would you drop the really good gear? But yeah, but it's a story mode. It ends. Unlike survival mode, where I never do this. Now, just so you can see where I am relative to where we're going to go, I'm going to shoot a flare here. That's where we just were. And we're going to go to get to the other side. We have to cross a tree, like a tree bridge. So many of these flares, I can use them as landmarks in the dark. This for the viewer. Okay, so we're now up here, and over here, it's a bridge made out of a tree right here. And you can cross this to get to the other side. Yeah, and as you can see now, where we were, we came down from this slope here. That's where we came down. And over there is where the cache was. Over there, see? So that's how it is relevant to each other. We came in, there's a landslide, we went down here, over here for the crate, and then over here. Now we're going to go back to the train tracks. Other than that, I'm not really showing the map much because it's just train tracks all the way. Okay, let's keep going. If you want, I can light a flare, but the flare makes a lot of noise. People don't really like that. I can light the lantern, but it doesn't really do that much. The problem with having the lantern out is that if a wolf suddenly shows up, you have to then get rid of the lantern. Either douse it and pick up the weapon, or you have to very quickly place it and then grab the weapon. See? Which you can do, of course. But it's a little slow. The best thing to do is to have the distress pistol out, because then you are able to shoot it very fast. If you have this carrying the distress pistol out, if you get ambushed, you should be able to deter a wolf right away, even if you don't know where the wolf is. If you're walking along with your distress pistol and you just hear a wolf saying "Roof, roof," and you know he's coming for you and you don't know where, just shoot the distress pistol. Shoot it in the ground. Doesn't matter. It will scare off the wolf. You don't have to shoot the distress pistol at the wolf. It's the actual flare itself that scares it, and the noise it makes. So you can just shoot it, and I've done that. And I was like, oh, there's a wolf, I'm getting attacked, not sure from where. Shoot it in the ground, or someone's even just in the air. Doesn't matter. That scares off the wolf. Just like a gunshot from the rifle will also scare off a wolf if he hasn't seen you already. You can also right-click to do this, to pretend to place the storm lantern, and then it actually takes away this glow that the storm lantern has. It's kind of blocking your UI, see? You can do that. But there is a wolf around here. Oh, that's a deer. Usually it's a wolf around here. Yeah, you can just follow the train tracks. Sometimes I take a short detour from the train tracks, just because it does happen that there's wolves around, and going off the path is a little bit safer sometimes. We're now approaching a cutscene that's going to trigger, which we can't do anything about with the old bear, which we're just going to let play out. I'm going to douse this in case it keeps burning while this is happening. Just for the fun of it, we can shoot one of these flare shots into the car, train car, to see what happens while the old bear does its thing. So here's the engine, and what we're going to do, we're going to go into here. No, I'm actually going to save it first. We can do, you can shoot that in there. Enter. And here we go.
Oh, shit. The lights.
The lights are back. My flare thing has disappeared. Alright. And look over there. Campfire. Who could that be? 2 seconds. The music's back.
Campfire?
As well. I had accidentally turned off. So that's what happened. So who do you think this is? It's good old Rand Alfor, 1966. And I'm going to let the dialogue play out with him again. We will see him one more time. This is the Aurora lights. It is possible to utilize these scripted Aurora sequences to do certain quests faster, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. Take your time. Alright.
You again?
How goes the war, my friend?
War?
The war between man and nature, of course. The lights in the sky, you and the bear. The cold, hunger. The old fights returning.
Did you scare the bear away?
There was no bear when I found you. Perhaps it isn't yet time for your paths to cross?
Listen, old man. I'm not sure.
You still believe things are going to go back to the way they were?
The lights in the sky.
Remember, I said they were a reckoning.
They're powering the lights around us?
Now you see.
This can't be. It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense, and yet it has happened.
So, this is some kind of recurring Aurora Borealis?
Possibly.
And it's affecting the electricity, the power?
And everything dependent on it. Animating it, or destroying it. Perhaps both.
And you knew this was coming?
No, but it was only a matter of time. This has all happened before.
I've had a lot of trouble with wildlife lately. Is it always this dangerous around here?
I've seen many strange things, of course, but the birds and beasts, their rhythms are their own.
Meaning?
The patterns of nature have been interrupted, broken. Even those who once knew how to read them are now confused.
What do you think's spooking the wildlife?
I can't say for sure, but the lights in the sky may hold the answer.
So, you think the aurora is influencing the wildlife, too?
There is much in nature that we cannot understand. Would it be so strange?
And that's it. That's Methuselah. Notice, by the way, we are fully rested now. So we got a good night's sleep out of that. And now we have a few things to do. There's actually something to pick up here, so we have to go down here to maintenance yard. Well, we can skip it, but there's a few things to pick up there. But over here, there is also a truck, which has another quest item for us. We're going to follow this path. There are Aurora Wolves, which act different than regular wolves, but we'll get to that once we encounter them. They're not too hard to avoid with using the lights. Over here is a train cart, and there's a truck next to it. We want what's in the truck. And that will lead to another Mystery Lake supply cache. And then there is a note we want in maintenance yard, but we can't get that until after we enter the hunting lodge. And there's also another note in the maintenance yard which triggers the Lake Gunshots one. There's quite a few quest triggers here, basically. Okay, this is the... Is this the pickup truck? I think it might be this one. What's there? Isn't there another one? I think it's this one. So you go in here. Jerry can. And... Let's see. Wasn't it this one? Oh yeah, I'm sitting on it. I can't actually. That's funny. I can't pick it up. Okay, I guess we're doing it this way then. Driver's seat. There we are. Charcoal. No, that's the one. There you go. Yeah. Now we got the tree root one, which is here. Yeah, we'll get that one later. Might as well check in here if we want to. Random stuff, you know. Okay. Now we're going to head into the maintenance yards itself. And there are Aurora Wolves. Aurora Wolves are a bit different. There's a lot to say about Aurora animals in general, but the principle of them is that Aurora Wolves are not afraid of the usual stuff that normal wolves are. The things like the torch and stone trick will not work. In current survival mode version, they are still afraid of campfires. I don't think that's the case on Wintermute. I think they're afraid of nothing. Even a flare gun shot will not necessarily scare them away. They also detect you from further away. And they can take more damage. Practice though doesn't really matter that much. If you have ammunition, you can just shoot them. But they are afraid of the light. See here? They will not enter electric light. They're afraid of this. So use that to your advantage. Get them spooked with the lights. And then you can go from there. They will run across the lights if they are scared, if they're fleeing like that. All the Aurora Wolves and stuff do things like that. They will go wherever they want if they're fleeing. There we are in the maintenance yard. We can take refuge here a little bit. There's another Aurora Wolf. Wouldn't worry about it though. Too many lights. See, they can't do anything. We also have a quest here, so we might as well shoot the wolf. I missed again, huh? It is a little tricky, the rifle, I must admit. Because it doesn't quite shoot exactly where you aim. I'm a veteran player, but I'm not very good with the rifle, I must say. I'm a bow person. I used to bow a lot. It's funny. We'll kill another wolf. Okay, let's get inside here. So here, right here where the light is a little safety area. We can go inside. And this is safe from wolves here. They can't really go in here. And here's another note we can take. There should also be... this triggers the Lake Gunshot quest. Here, Lake Gunshot. Head to the far side of Mystery Lake near the cabins, which is here. We're going to do that after we pick up all the keys. And then there's another thing to do here, but we don't really need to do right now. Have we got a hacksaw already? We don't. We could pick this up. We don't really need this. Or why not? And we can sleep if we want to. There's this thing. They hate the light. The Rolls hate the light. They do. You can also go in here.
Too heavy.
just be aware that in here it's a bit dangerous. If you step on these cables, it will electrocute you, which is not nice. We're gonna come back here though, because we'll come back here to forge and also to find the next quest. You can turn on the radio in the Aurora if you want. You get some classical music, which is nice. You can sleep here. We're gonna explore this area a little bit later. We got our Lake Gunshot quest now. Let's just keep going and go to the hunting lodge. Oh, that's locked. Okay. Go the other way. So you can kill a wolf or rat it too. We could wait the Aurora out, of course. We could do that, but I'm just going to continue. They are afraid of the light, so we're pretty safe. There's a lot of light around, as you can see. If necessary, just, you know, shoot him like that. Yeah. And that should now have done the culling of Broken Railroad as well. Now I just have to kill a wolf in Mystery Lake, and that's it. You can also safely just run from light to light. Like this. See, there's a lot of wolves. But you can just go from light source to light source, and you should be fine. Like, they will go for you, but you got quite a lot of time before they catch up. See? Then there's another light source over there. You can just follow these. And the wolves will not be able to catch you. Just remember to take breathers here and there. They're too afraid of the light, but there isn't really anything they can do. You can aim to trigger a charge, but they'll be scared. If you want. Figure that was misery. One less thing to worry about. Let's keep going. Right now, any wolves on me? Yeah, there's one there. See, they come from really far away when there are wolves. They can detect you from really far away. Like, really far away. So just be wary of that. But if light is between you and the wolf, then you are pretty safe. Really safe. These flashing lights work too. They're just less predictable, I guess, but they work just fine. See, the wolf is forced to go around this light, so he kind of gave up. So even though it's Aurora, you can just keep going. Lights will protect you. And you have a weapon as well, so it's really not that hard. But if you don't want to deal with it, if you really don't want to deal with the Aurora Wolves, just go to maintenance yard and sleep. Go in there, have a little rest, sleep until morning, and then continue then. And then there won't be an Aurora, which is fine. We're now gonna head to the hunting lodge itself. We're here now. We've been going like this as maintenance yard. We went down here, followed all the lights up here. Gonna go around now to the hunting lodge itself. And here in Broken Rail, there are more things to find out. There's little passages here and there. You know, there's caves. There's a few things to explore here, but again, we don't really need to because they're not relevant for the quests. The quests are main things. So, hunting lodge has a few things. There's a supply cache note, and the cache itself is near the lodge. So there's that. There's also the forest walker note in the maintenance yard. And we also need the Aurora hatch, which is there too. Let's see. There should be 2 quests at least triggered in the hunting lodge. It's kind of hard to track them, even when you're doing a walkthrough, and I've done it before and I researched it. It's kind of hard to track because they're kind of like spread all over the place. Yeah. Here comes Wolfie. He's scared. Ooh. Ooh. No time for this. Alright, let's go. Alright, look, this is a confusing thing. It says Mystery Lake Lodge. Right. But the trapper did mention this, that the whole area is kind of named after Mystery Lake. So you have Mystery Lake, the area, Mystery Lake, the lodge, Mystery Lake, the lake. See what I mean? It's a bit confusing. So many wolves. This is also because it's on hardened mode, and on hardened mode, it's a little bit more wolves. If we want, we can get rid of the wolves. We don't have to though.
This must have been really nice once upon a time.
Oh yeah, this is probably a cool place to go. Alright. They didn't really get scared or anything. Here, this is the note. This note is easy to miss, but it's the back of the stairs here. When you approach the cabin, it's right here. So pick up this. And that should trigger another quest, which is find the one near Broken Railroad, which is this one here. So that's another one of those. I think that's actually all of the caches, isn't it? I think. Let's just make sure I'm not saying the wrong thing here. Yeah, so we found 3, and now we're missing 2. Yeah, there's another one missing. Oh, yeah, the cabin one. Yeah, so there's 3 missing. Okay, and we got the Lake Gunshot one as well. And there's a note inside here in addition, which will trigger the Forest Talker supply cache as well. But yeah, this one's very easy to miss. It's right there by the stairs. Very easy to miss, so make sure you pick that one up.
Now, to find that spear.
Okay. And here there's going to be a bunch of loot. It's easy if you have the lantern, of course. There's so much food and stuff too. You might as well pick it up. Some of it anyway. Oh, cooked rabbit.
I better take this food.
Ruined. I'll pass on that. Tea. Don't really need this stuff, but we can. And here's the spear itself. Right there. So we found it, pretty much. Here it is.
Damn. Looks like one little detail got missed in the trapper's legend of the old bear. The spear didn't survive the fight. Must be something I can use to fix it in that old machine shed.
Yeah. So now you gotta repair the bear. Not too bad. You just need to... I'm not even sure if it says here how to do it, but spearhead. You need 2 scrap metal, which there's plenty of in the shed itself, and a heavy hammer, which is also there, and a forge. So you can just do that in the actual forge itself. But we're going to look around here a little bit more. There's a note to be found. There's also, you can see, tons of loot, but you don't really need any of this stuff. But there's so much loot. Oh, phone is ringing. Let's just answer the phone. Didn't answer. It just rang. I don't think you can answer it. But yeah, if you need more food, loads of it here. We can actually eat something just to lighten the load. We can also eat this tomato soup. Some drinks. The herbal teas, they will make you heal more when you sleep. But in story mode, it doesn't really matter that much. Because you can just drink it for the sake of it. Because you heal so much anyway. Okay, but yeah. But there's quite a lot of loot around here. There's a lot of wood. This is so much stuff. Yeah. In the basement, I think it's in the basement, is the note that we're looking for. And here you got a flashlight also, which is handy. You don't really need this. Okay, that bugged out a bit. The flashlight. Make sure I did this get doused. Yeah, the flashlight only works during the Aurora. Yeah, and it depletes the battery, then it charges passively. The Aurora is active. And you can use this to scare off wolves by doing this, like using a high beam. And that will work the same. So it's a portable electric light. So it's handy. You don't really need it, but it is handy. More bullets. Firearm cleaning kit, clean your rifle, I guess. And you got gauntlets. These are very good gauntlets. Heavy duty. They're heavy though, like they're really heavy. So you get warmer with them, but they are really heavy, so we're not going to use them. Mittens are the best. They're very light. This is the forest talking note I was talking about. Here's a rope for the ravine if you want to do that.
That'll come in handy.
Flare shells. Lots of flare shells. There we go. Take it. This should trigger the forest talker quest. There we go. And again, this will show one cache, which is here. And then there's one in a mystery lake, which is up here, I think. Yeah, by the logging camp. And then there's one in mystery... Sorry, Forlorn Muskeg, isn't it? Yeah, here. That's it. Okay. So that's nice. And when we find the first one, the one that is here, I believe it's this one, that triggers the Aurora Hatch quest as well. So that's another thing to do. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Okay. Now, we're kind of done here now, actually. We could take the rope and go to the... attach it to the anchor that's here, but we don't really need to. Still some more stuff to search for if we want to. We can look around. Wonder who called. And there'll be more loot. You can find some good stuff around here. But we are really set. There's not much loot-wise that we need that can improve our situation. We already have really good stuff. Sure, we can get even better stuff, but also like you have to think about the weight to benefit ratio here, like the work gauntlets, for example. We get half a degree more warmth, but then it's actually warmer. But so here, for example, this is marginally warmer only because they're better condition, but they weigh more. Like the gauntlets, they give me half a degree more, but they also add a whole kilo of weight, which is a lot. There you go. If you want more scrap metal, you can do this and just harvest it. Bandages, yeah. You don't need to do this, but just to illustrate, we can just do this. Sun's coming up. Remember to, if you do what I just did, turn off your torch first. We're going to sleep here a little bit, just to get one rested. Let's sleep for 5 hours. And then we got the lights in the sky, which is story related. Just surviving the first Aurora event. And that's it, pretty much. That's it. I mean, you can't really miss it, because we won't be able to complete the story before the Aurora ends. So. There we go, and let's have some water. We're too heavy, we're carrying too much stuff, but we can drop something as well, I guess. Let's see, we're carrying... We can... Do I need firearm cleaning kit? Not really, I guess. We can drop a flare. We got a lot of equipment that we don't really need. I'm just carrying it around for the sake of it. But it's okay, we can just carry it. It's fine. Yeah. We're not that heavy. Okay, let's continue. We're going to go back to maintenance yard now. That was a nice clear day. And you'll notice that over here, there's a rope anchor right there. So the rope that was in the basement over there, you can take that and attach it here, and then you can climb down. You could do that if you want, but why do it, you know? You can also goat down here. It's perfectly fine to goat down here. It really isn't that hard. But let's keep this linear. So we can just walk back the way we came, which is, I guess, what most of the people would do. So let's just do that. But if you want to go down, you can. Plus, there's also this cache here, the Mystery Lake Supply cache, which you also have to do. So let's just do that. Look at these poor rabbits just getting slaughtered by all these wolves over here. There's so many wolves around on hardened mode. It's crazy. Poor rabbits. Poor berries. Call my rabbits Barry. The supply cache, I think it's behind here. Oh no, it's actually over here. Can't really remember this one specifically. Some of them I remember vividly and some don't. But that's memory for you. Those of you who are watching this and don't know, I'm a psychology professor by trade. I know a lot about memory and how it works and how it doesn't. And sometimes you remember like really weird details, like precisely where a supply cache is, and then the next one is like, did I even pick this up before? Must have. I don't remember. Okay. We have so many flare shells, it's crazy. I'm using these very loosely because there's so many of them, like so many. Okay, I think it is... I don't think it's here. It's up here somewhere. By this tree? Is that it? Yeah, I think that might be it. The symbol on the map I don't think indicates precisely where it is. It's like this area. I think it's around here. There it is, yeah. That's what I thought.
Aha! Here it is.
Yeah.
This'll come in handy.
These are fantastic boots. No. There's the Aurora hatch door entry code. Yeah, as well. This will trigger the goals. This is actually not the forest talker. I said the forest talker one is what triggers this quest, but it's the mystery lake one. Sorry about that. There we go. There we go. Locate the hidden bunker. The hidden bunker itself is up here, right there. Pretty easy to get to. But you have to be at an Aurora. It has to be an Aurora for you to actually enter it. Okay, these boots are very good. They are the best boots in the game. But these mountaineering boots, they are actually better. Because as you can see, if I repair this 100%, they give the same, pretty much. They're pretty much the same. So we don't need them. It feels bad to drop them, but these are Lily's boots, basically. This is good. It feels bad to drop these things, and in fact, there's a lot of stuff I'm carrying now I could also drop. I don't think realistically I'll be using the hacksaw. I don't think realistically I'll be using the pry bar. A bunch of stuff I'm carrying that's not really necessary. I'm just carrying it for the sake of it. But we don't really need it. It often feels bad to like find really good items and just dropping them because you don't need them. But you have to remember that in story mode, things end, you know. When the story is over, the episode is also over and your loot is also over. Now episode 2 is unique in that things you carried in episode 1 carries over to episode 2. But the other episodes are not like that. So you kind of start almost completely naked, almost in a fresh. So what's really the point of hoarding anything when you're not going to use it? If you play survival mode, you can survive indefinitely. But there it's different. Then you want to keep stuff that you might want to use later. Or you want to take something and harvest it for later use. There's all sorts of things. In survival mode, you rarely drop things in the open. You at least take them back to some temporary base and leave it for later. But in survival mode, that's not really the case. Okay. So now we are more or less done in this area. Only 2 things left to do, which is to pick up this ash, the forest talker cache that's over here. And we also need to forge this spear, which isn't too hard. In fact, it would be nice if there's an Aurora going back home, because then we can do the Aurora hatch at the same time. You don't really need to though, it depends how you do it, because we have to go to that tower anyway, because of the next main story. But once we leave Broken Railroad, unless there's something we forget, there isn't really anything for us to return to. So we are done. This wolf is going for this deer. And the deer has its back turned, so National Geographic incoming. Poor deer. I'm just walking on the ice. What's that? Must be the wind. Oh no! That's the sound of despair. Now this cache is up here somewhere. I think it's behind these boulders. I think I vaguely remember where it is, but as you can see, these caches are not that hidden. The map pretty much tells you where they are. You might have to look a little bit around, but they are more or less where I pointed at. They tend to be like next to a tree or behind a rock or something like that. Let's keep going. I think it's behind there. Is that right? Let's make sure here. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Should be here, I think. Let's have a look. Look for the cache. Cache. There it is. Got a symbol on it, so it's hard to miss. A strange logo.
I've been looking for you. Could end up being
Matches, accelerant. We don't want this. This is so heavy. So heavy. Scrap metal we can take. Okay. There we go. So that's done. And now we need to forge, which is quite easy. But give you all the tools you need here. There's still wolves around, so be a little bit careful when you enter the maintenance yard. Always here in Broken Railroad is an absolute wolf's nest. You do need to have the distress pistol ready for this. This should still be locked, I believe. Yeah, that's okay. We take the other way. And going here. And again, more stuff to loot, but we don't need any of this stuff. In here. What we want to do now is to forge. And again, there's more stuff to loot in here. All's loot all over the place. But this is not a 100% completionist run in the sense that it's 100% loot everything. It's just the quests, really. And yeah, we can check one of the lockers if you want to, but we don't have to. Check the microwave for coffee or tea, yeah. There's stuff like, if you didn't find it already, you might want to pick up these, scrap metal, because you need 2 of them to make the spearhead. So if you didn't find it already, just go looking around and you'll find scrap metal around here and there. You know, it's a poor man.
Now we're cooking with gas.
He's got Forest Talker Flyer, for recruitment flyer. Here's a more scrap metal, see? So you just need 2. Another lantern. There's so much stuff here. And then if you picked up the hacksaw, which I did, you can break down this door, for example, for more, or this chair, you know, whatever, and it gives you scrap metal. But you just need 2. Here's the actual forge. Now to start to forge, you need the hammer, which is right here. Is the hammer. And you need coal. Now, technically, you can actually forge with 4 pieces of coal, but in practice, we're going to use more than that. Let's pick those up. So we're going to start a fire. We have accelerant, so we're just going to use that, because why not? And
that should do it.
Now we need to...
You're starting to slow me down.
We need to warm it up. Now...
Let's do this.
Yeah. Now, Mackenzie did it for you. In survival mode, you actually have to put in enough coal for this. You have to get it to 150 degrees, which is possible to do with just 4 pieces of coal, but each piece of coal gives 20-degree warmth. So if you start with just a stick, you would need, what, like 8 pieces of coal or something like that. But anyway, it doesn't really matter here. As long as you have the scrap metal and the hammer, you just click. You don't click here on furnace. You click here on forge. And then now we'll tell you to make the spearhead. An hour and a half, and you just craft. There we go.
I can add blacksmith to my growing list of skills.
Yeah.
Let's hope I don't have to put this spear to the test.
Mm-hmm. And there you go. Now you can go back to Jeremiah. Now notice also that now that you forged, it unlocked more crafting stuff. So now you can actually make hatchet and knife. So if you didn't have this already, or you just wanted to do it, you can now click forge and you can make these. It requires cloth and scrap, and it's easy to find scrap. But why would you want to make that? Because you do already have the hatchet, and you have this shard, which is effectively a knife. Now the knife you make is a bit better than this one, but it's also heavier. Like this is 0.3. If you create the knife, it's 0.7. But these are the improvised versions of it. And in survival mode, if you play Interloper, you have to make these. And Interloper in misery mode, you can't find hatchets and knives. So anyway, we are quite heavy. We're carrying a bunch of stuff with us. And I think we want to get back. I'm going to drop a bunch of stuff there because I'm really heavy. And we don't need it really. We don't really need it. So let's just sort our inventory out a little bit. It's very tempting now to carry a bunch of stuff, but we don't need it. So we don't need the hammer, for example. We don't need the hacksaw either. This is to get scrap. I mean, you can use it for harvesting, but we don't really need it, so we're going to leave that here. We don't even really need a hatchet, but I'm going to carry it just for the sake of it. We don't need the flashlight. The flashlight is cool, but you don't really need it because you have a rifle to shoot him in the face. But you can carry it if you want to. We can refuel this lantern. And we can drop a sewing kit. We could polish our hunting rifle a little bit, just clean it. And before you ask, no, the character does not actually empty the rifle before cleaning it, which is a safety hazard. It's very unlikely that the rifle will break in story mode, because you're not going to use it enough. But nevertheless, you can clean it, and which will make it better condition. What we can also do, we can sleep until the night a little bit to see if an Aurora triggers, and if it does, we can go and do the Aurora hatch while we're at it. Okay, we don't need to clean it to 100%, I guess, just a little bit. I think it's enough. Okay, let's drop the cleaning kit. We're carrying too much stuff still. And let's just eat something. Eat small things. Like these chocolate bars. We can drink some water after. Get rid of all these things here. As you can see, food is abundant when you're not even trying, and there's just so much food. So much food. Drink some water. We haven't really made water in a little while, but still very heavy, as you can see. We can drop this coal. This is mostly used for forging, but we'll kind of distill it. And I do recommend when you travel around, especially if you're not that familiar with the game, always carry coal, at least 2 pieces. In fact, we're going to do that. 4 is fine, but the reason 2 is great is because if you do get stuck in like a blizzard or something, then having just 1 piece of coal, especially on story mode, is enough. But on survival, having 2 should warm up you enough that you will not freeze in the blizzard. Now much lighter. Anything else you can get rid of? All this food, it all adds up, but you don't need all this coffee. You can drop that. You can drop one of these teas as well. I think that's about it, really, actually, because we can drop these cardboard matches. We can craft this birch bark tea. And I guess that's pretty much it. Yeah, pretty much. A little bit too heavy still, that's okay. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to sleep for about 5 hours. Just so I can be a bit more rested. And also you can see if there's an Aurora for the Aurora hatch. Let's go. Okay, so there is an Aurora. So because of that, I think we're going to do the Aurora quest right now. The Aurora hatch quest, as it were. Not too worried about wolves on that, because I have so much ammunition. So we're just going to suit up here. I'm going to try and travel a bit lighter. not much. I can always drop some misc food. Let's drop these bars. And we can drop some of these beef jerkies. Yeah. No, actually not heavy anymore. Okay, so now we're fully rested and we got the Aurora hatch. Now we're done here. There's nothing more to do. We got the supply cache. We got supply cache that was up here, supply cache that was there, supply cache that was in the ravine. We picked up notes for other stuff, so we're kind of done here. In Broken Railroad, though, we have this cache to pick up. We can do that later, though. It's not a big deal. We also have this hatch to do. We can do that while we repair the tower later, but that assumes we repair it during an Aurora. There's also the key to find down here, and also this cache. But I think we'll do all of these caches later. But we're going to do the Aurora hatch now. It's fairly early in the night. We can just go now and get this sorted right away. Let's head out. Find this hatch. And in this situation, we could, if we wanted to, run a little bit. It is cold, but barely. But it's more that we are on a timer a little bit because of the Aurora. The Aurora will eventually end. And just because it's still early night doesn't mean necessarily the Aurora is going to last the whole night. Sometimes the Aurora will last the entire night, and the effects will even linger until early morning. But other times it will end just now. Like, it varies. So you can choose to take advantage of it. You can hear the wolves around. The wolves will communicate with each other with howling. So it's a good way to assess how many wolves there are. So if one wolf howls, the nearby other wolves will also howl in response. So if you only see one wolf when it howls and you hear another one, okay, so there's two, you know. Strangely, wolves can actually communicate to each other across regions as well, but that seems to be just like a placeholder effect. Unless you're right at the edge of a map. Methuselah is gone. He left. Yeah. Unless you're right at the edge of a map. If you hear two wolf howls, there's two wolves, you know. Okay, so now we're going to head back to Jeremiah. But we're going to do... how did we get up here? Yeah. Wood. Strange place to find wood, but okay. There should be a wolf around here. And again, if you're not sure about the path, you know, you do have the map handy. But just follow the train tracks. Train tracks all the way home. So let's say this is you, and you're not going to do the Aurora hatch. Okay? Then it's easy. Just follow the train tracks all the way across, and then into Forlorn Muskeg. All the way across Forlorn Muskeg. Even if it's a blizzard, you can still do this. Then you get to Mystery Lake. Once you get off Mystery Lake, just hug the wall. You get the trappers. That combined with the map, you're not going to get lost. In the blizzard, you wouldn't get lost. The train tracks will just guide you all the way there. It's just that good. I will show you a shortcut as well now. So remember, there was a shortcut I showed you by landslide, where you can go over to this side. No problem. But going back is even easier. I think it's even designed to be that way. Taking the shortcut over the landslide, the way I initially showed, is debatable whether it was intended or not. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. The developers are perfectly aware of people taking shortcuts and goating, and they may or may not do anything about it. But the shortcut here is almost certainly intended. So here we are at the landslide again. So this is the blocked path. You can see this is where we are. And I showed you how to get over this from the other side. But from this side, it's ridiculously easy, which is why I think it is intended. You can pretty much just walk right over it. Like, there's nothing to suggest that this wasn't intended. You can just literally just walk up here. Spectacular Aurora sights. And yeah, just walk up here. It might stop you here and there, but for the most part, you can just pretty much just walk across. And yeah, not much to it really, you just walk. Getting a bit colder now, -9, and I think we're gonna run a little bit. We got really bad wind. I don't think the Aurora is gonna run out before we get there. I'm not too worried about that part. We're gonna head to the Aurora hatch though. It's getting a bit colder. And now we are done with Broken Railroad. We're not going to return here for story mode. We did everything. You only come back here if you want to or if you miss something. But yeah, there's basically 3 supply caches. There's 2 of the Mystery Lake supply cache, 1 in Ravine, 1 by the Hunting Lodge, and then the Forest Talker supply cache as well. Plus the note that triggers the Lake Gunshots quest as well. So 2 quests are triggered when you're here. And of course you have to do the main quest of doing the spear. Once all that's done, there isn't really any reason to come back here at all. Forlorn Muskeg though, you have to come back at least once. Because you have the Aurora hatch. We also have 2 supply cache. There's the cabin key, but also there's the main story. Now here, you can get to the Aurora hatch 2 different ways. One way is to just go up here. And just go across this path, up the river, and then you're there. That's probably the best way. You can also just follow the train tracks, and then go up here. There's a little bit more, ice issues there, so that's the other way to do it, but it's a little bit more dangerous. If you do go this way, you might want to be wary of wolves. But there is also the Hunter's Blind for you to check out. You can't miss where it is because you can see in the Aurora that tower there with lights on it. So the radio towers will light up during an Aurora, at least if they're working, which will shine the way for you. There's 3 of them around here, but only actually 1 gives light, I think. The other one is over there. No, it's over there, I think. Kind of hard to tell from this distance. Anyway, you can just follow the lights. You can go this way. Or you can follow the train tracks. You get the idea. Wolfie? Ah, there's a Wolfie. 2 Wolfies. If you want while you're here, you can check out the Hunter's Blind. Just beware, if you do this, if you do check out this blind, you are effectively cornering yourself. Because there is no way out other than the way you just came. Because you're surrounded by ice. The wolves will not actually enter the Hunter's Blind. If you go in here, you're actually safe. And, as usual, there's a bunch of loot in here. It's not impossible to be hurt in here, but it doesn't usually happen. Okay. That wolf is dead. I'm not sure if you noticed, but... I did hit that wolf, and there's a little blood splatter. If you hit any animal, it doesn't die, but there's a blood damage, the animal's dead. It's going to bleed out. And that's the alternative way of hunting. So that wolf, you saw there was a little blood spray when I hit it. If you missed it and you weren't sure, you can go to where the wolf was and look on the snow, and if there's blood on the snow, then it's bleeding. The same applies to deer and bears. Now in episode 2, you just have the old bear. You don't have passive bears running around. Same in episode 1, you don't have, just neutral bears. But in episode 3 onwards, you do have regular bears just going about. And they work the same way. They will bleed out if you hit them and they bleed. Not moose though. Moose, which will appear in episode 4, moose do not bleed out. They're the only animals that don't bleed out. And cougar, sorry, but cougar's not in story mode. You got two wolves here. You can actually bypass them if you want. You can crouch and you get past them. They have a very long detection range when they're Aurora Wolves, but you can still crouch past them if you want. Just crouch carefully like this. And take your time, and they won't see you. Aurora Wolves can detect you from much farther away than regular wolves. Notice that I'm not smelling, I'm not carrying anything that smells, and yet they see me from miles away. So imagine if you smelled as well, they would see you from the moon. I don't care if they spot me, because I'll just shoot them in the face. Notice that they do glitch out. This is very common with Aurora Wolves especially. They get kind of caught up in the howling animation, and they kind of mess up. So they don't actually... they end up just howling in an infinite loop, and then they get scared and they run away. I might shoot this wolf just to not have it bothering me. So, and trigger a charge by aiming at it, and then shoot it a bit closer. So a good way to get rid of wolves is exactly this way. That's my preferred way of hunting wolves. Just shoot them in the face when they attack you. Now up here, this is called Hat Creek, which is a river system going uphill. And this is where one of the radio towers are, and we have to come back to this radio tower for the main quest. But for now though, we're doing the Aurora Hatch, and just so you know, there's a cave right over there. And that's an interior cave with a loading screen. So if you need to rest or warm up, you can go in there, and you'll be fine. No problem at all. That will lead to the Marsh Ridge area over that way, which we don't need to go to because it's not relevant to any quests. But just saying, there are areas around in all of these regions that are not quest related, but they might have loot. There's the radio tower itself. Not really going to do anything about that because we have to come back here later for that. And here is the bunker. You can see it flickering from a distance. That's the Aurora Hatch. So we're going to open that. I can't remember if you have to type in the code or if he does it himself. Let's have a look. So this is the Aurora Hatch. Let's just get this done. It helps that it blinks. Makes it even easier to see.
I've been looking for you.
Hello there, yeah. Enter the bunker when Aurora is active. Well, we're in luck. There we go. And now we need to, because the Aurora is active, look, bedroll and flashlight. We'll take the water actually. Keypad. There you go. Whenever this, and there we go. Aurora Hatch completed. Whenever there's keypads like this, you usually don't have to input the code. The character just knows the code. Right, so be careful with this. This will actually hurt you. But you can get past it walking the side like that. Hit. Ow. Oh, it's this cable here. Whoops. I got burns. Treat that. You could just wait and it'll eventually get healed by itself. Or you could bandage it up and take a painkiller. I don't actually have painkiller, but I think they might have it here.
The pain.
You can also just wait and it will heal itself. There's a small bunker, but yeah, you got painkillers, bandage. These are good, but I haven't actually used them so far. We'll take them though, just for the fun of it.
Feels like it's still burning.
Stim, antibiotics, so much stuff. I might as well just use this on the burn, as well as the painkillers to get rid of that.
That hurts so much.
And there we are. Now it got healed, and we don't have burns anymore. And yeah, as you can see, again, lots of loot around here. Oh, the Coalition sweater. That's the best sweater in the game. Nope, snow pants are also very good. Arguably better than these pants. Yeah, much better. And so it weighs more, as you can see. It weighs 1 kilo. If I repair it, this will warm me up by like 2.5 degrees or something. But it's way better than this. Way better. But it's very heavy as well. You can buy this sweater, by the way, or at least you could. I don't think they sell it anymore. It's a legacy item. I have it, actually. I do have it. A bag. I wear it sometimes. Okay. And then you got all this other stuff. See, so much stuff here. Food, so much food. The crackers give so many calories. So as you can see, I've been bringing food, but you don't really need to. MRE, 2 MREs. Stacy's grape soda. If you're not sure, by the way, didn't know about this, it's called Stacy's grape soda because of Stacy Plays, who was she's a content creator who was one of the first big content creators to promote The Long Dark way back when. But they named that after her. Okay. Now what we could do, we could actually just stay here. Just to make things a bit easier. We don't have to you know, go out in the Aurora. We could just stay here, wait it out. So we can eat like an energy bar. We can have some water. We can sleep until morning and then we can go. 6 hours, sure. Let's put 8 just for light purposes. Right, so for now, we're actually done with Mystery Lake for the moment. Sorry, Forlorn Muskeg. We do have to pick up this cache, as well as this cache. We'll do those later, because we have to repair all these towers. So, for example, when I repair this tower, I can, or when I go to this tower, rather, I can pick up this one, and when I go to this tower here, I can go pick up this one. So yeah, it'll be fine. I'm still too heavy, but...
I might be stuck here a while.
Oh, right. I totally forgot about this. Well, now you know this can happen. I forgot. You can't actually exit the hatch if there isn't an Aurora.
Looks like this thing is an opening unless I can get the power working again.
Right. Yeah, I forgot about that. It's a bit silly because you'd think that the keypad is what actually requires the electricity, not the hatch itself. So yeah, just fair warning, you can't actually get stuck down here if that happens. That's fine. What we're going to do is we're just going to sleep again and then hope an Aurora hits. And if this does happen, I mean, obviously you can save before you go in. But if not, just do this. Just sleep until an Aurora hits again. And then go out. There. Okay, so... And look, we got well fed. Fantastic. Been waiting for that. So we also triggered now well fed. This is a benefit. So there's a lot of afflictions in the game, but this is a benefit. If you, for 3 days in a row, don't go hungry, so it doesn't go red here, you get well fed, which I was really hoping was still in story mode. And what that does is it gives you more health, this little blue area here. But what we really care about, though, is that it also gives you 5 kilos more to carry. So you can carry more stuff. That's what we care about. So now you won't be heavy as much. Now it does turn out, as we saw, we actually have to go outside in the Aurora. That's okay though. Let's just eat something. Let's eat an MRE. Gives you a little bit of hydration as well. And we can also drink some water. Water's easy enough to find. You can just make it. Plus you pick it up all the place. Okay, now we're leaving. Okay, so now you know that can actually happen. You can actually get stuck in there. If you want to avoid that, because I completely have to admit, I completely forgot that could happen. I didn't know it, but it just slipped my mind. This is a human playthrough and walkthrough, which means there will be errors. But that's how we learn. Sometimes I deliberately make mistakes in my walkthroughs so you can see how to resolve those mistakes. This time though, I just simply forgot about it, let's be honest. But what we can do is, if this is you and you go there and it's an Aurora, what you could do is just go into that cave I talked about. Go into that cave and sleep in there instead. That's no worries. The Wolf over there. Now you just head down. I just walk down here. And we're just going to head on the other side here. There's a cave over there as well if you want some additional stuff. And we're just going to go across the ice. Oh yeah, here's the other tower. It's now lit up. It's probably out of range earlier. Just going to cross this ice here to the other side by these rocks. Cross, 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 cross. I'm running. There we are. Thank you. Now you can see both towers. So there's tower 1. This is the northern one. The southeastern is this one. The southwestern is and I don't think that glows, but it is out there. Yeah, give or take. Alright. But we're gonna head back to Jeremiah now. Now, generally speaking, if you're worried, don't go out during Aurora. Now again, in story mode, you can just save the game, and if you decide you're going to go out at night or during Aurora, you can just save the game first, and if you die, then who cares, you just load it. There's also auto-saves all the time in story mode, so you'll be fine. But assuming, ignoring that, of course, just don't go out during the Aurora, just wait it out, unless you have to. And you can just do it in the daytime instead. But if you do go out in Aurora, remember there's tools to combat the threat of the wolves. Main one is just your gun. Just shoot them in the face, and then you're done. You know, that's the main one. But also there's a flashlight, or you can just avoid them altogether. You know, there's all sorts of things you can do. I'm going to run because it's a bit cold and windy, but the main reason I want to run is because I don't really want to have to deal with Aurora Wolves all the time. Even though I'm not afraid of Aurora Wolves, and I'm perfectly happy walking out in the middle of the night in the blizzard without a weapon, doesn't mean that it's necessary. Let's just get home. And then now we're going to return to Jeremiah, and we're going to start the next quest. And the next quest will also trigger an additional side quest that we can do, but I don't think we'll do it right away. We're going to wrap up Forlorn Muskeg first. We're going to do everything there is to do in Forlorn Muskeg first, and then we'll wrap up what's left in Mystery Lake. So we're going to... The quest does take us to Forlorn Muskeg, and then back to Mystery Lake, and then we can do the rest. I think there'll also be a cutscene here, I believe.
Not feeling so cocky now, huh? And all it took was for me to go full-on Grizzly Adams. I'd better get out of here before he comes back.
Yeah. He looked almost sad, the bear. Notice that so far we have seen and encountered the bear, but we haven't actually fought the bear. But that will happen. That will change now. Now, the bear is not a looming threat like he would be in, for example, the Hunted Challenge and stuff like that. The bear is not around for you to just encounter randomly. He appears during scripted sequences like this. And then you have to fight him in the main quest, I think twice. And there's a separate quest to end him. So there's that. You can't like run into him around. Okay, we're gonna head back to Trappers now. See if we can get there. I also don't like being out in heavy wind. There are certain weather conditions in the game. So for example, if there's an Aurora, which seems to be ending now, the Aurora is going away. If there's an Aurora, you won't have snow, for example. You can't have Aurora and snowfall and the blizzard, for example. You can't have that. But you can have wind. The same thing applies to if you get fog. If you have fog, you can't have wind, because then you wouldn't have fog. See what I mean? So there's all sorts of little nuances to the weather. If you have fog, for example, you know that your torch won't blow out, for example. There's that. But and if you're in Aurora, you know that there won't be visibility issues. But if it's daytime and there's neither fog or Aurora, obviously, then anything can happen. I'm taking this route here. I'm hugging the wall. But you can go whatever route. I do need to kill a wolf in Mystery Lake as well. But we will run into lots of wolves, so I'm really not worried about that at all. Yeah. Let's just get a look at the old Trapper's cabin. And then then we can talk to Jeremiah and he'll tell us what to do next. But the big part of the main quest is done now, the big traveling part, so now it's but there's still more to do. There he is. Oh, excuse me. The baby just woke up. Alright. Okay. Let's go to the old trapper. Go him the spear, and then he'll send us on the next step, which is to return to Forlorn Muskeg. You know, in the old version of episode 2, which I have played back in 2018 before they remade it into this version, the main story was actually to repair the rifle. So he had a rifle that was broken, and the principle was the same. You had to get to Broken Railroad and repair it using like it wasn't a forge, it was kind of like spare parts and stuff. And then after you repaired it, you went back to the trapper, and then he told you to hunt the old bear. Kind of similar to what the Hunted Part 2 is in the challenge in Long Dark now. You kind of go around shooting him until eventually he dies. But this is better, I think, the way it is now. Okay, here we are. Home sweet home. Let's go inside.
Did you find it?
The legend might be bunk, but the spear is real.
Maybe the legend is also real. Let's hope so, for your sake.
Yeah, the bear is definitely tracking me. You have any luck with the radio?
I did. Did you see the lights in the night sky? The Aurora? Well, when that flared up, the radio came to life. Just lit up. Started spitting out noise, but it was all gibberish. Bits and pieces of things. Music. Talking. I think it needs more range. A more powerful signal. If we could find a way to boost the signal strength when the Aurora is active, we might be able to get a message out.
Let me guess. You have an idea.
You're starting to get it, Mackenzie. I was digging through some old geological survey maps.
Those look like military insignia stamped on there.
Focus, Mackenzie! Now, this survey shows a series of radio transponder towers that cross back and forth across Great Bear.
Now, why would those be there?
Good question. But for another time. We can use these.
How?
Each tower has some electronics that'd serve like a signal booster to make sure the message gets to the next relay.
Okay.
Well, you get me 2, maybe 3 of those, and I might just be able to rig us up our own signal booster.
You might, huh? And I guess I need to do this while old Bear decides if I'm going to become the next chapter in his legend?
Don't be silly. Spence's bear would be long gone by now. That was 150 years ago.
Maybe he has, I don't know, genetic memory.
Ridiculous idea. But there's definitely a bear out there, and he's definitely interested in you. You'll just have to take your chances.
Says the guy safely inside the wooden cabin.
Damn it! You think I want to be in here? I need to get a message out, and this might be the only way.
What message? What does this have to do with me contacting my friend?
There's more at stake than you and your friend! Please, Mackenzie. Get me those boosters. I'll fix the radio, and the first call we'll make will be to Perseverance Mills. I promise.
Okay. I'm on it. I'll be back with the transponder parts.
Watch your back, Mackenzie.
What do I have to worry about? I have a legendary 150-year-old demon bear hungry for my blood. Bullets don't stop him, but I'm armed with basically a medieval weapon, which I'm sure will do the trick. I'm stuck in this winter wasteland where lights in the sky make the power flicker and electronics explode, and the only people I seem to meet are all slightly crazy. And this is all after I crashed my plane deep in the wilderness and somehow lost my ex-wife along the way, and I'd really kind of like to find her back.
Don't forget about the wolves.
Let's get on with it.
All right. Signal to noise. Yeah. So the music got turned off again, which is weird. I'm not sure why it does that. Resets. Does it happen? Let me just have a quick look. No, okay, I guess not. Well, anyway. So now we have to go to these 3 locations to do this stuff. We also have a few things to do. The dwarf, that will be fine. What we're going to do now, it's easiest to go through on the map. So let's go to Forlorn Muskeg. So we have to go to these 3 towers to collect some parts. We can collect the cache at the same time. Here's a forest of your cache. There's also a blind over here that has the key. You have to go there. We can loot the farm if you want to. And then this tower, and then another cache. The way it works, I believe, is that when you get to the second tower, it doesn't matter what order you do it in, but when you get to the second tower, the bear starts appearing, and you have to actually fight the bear. And that's with this spear. So you just sort of place down. Okay, let's just first check our inventory. Is there anything I can leave behind? Let's just see here. So yeah, I can leave behind an accelerant, for example. Stim, a couple of these gold drinks. We don't really need them. Not really. We don't need the teas. We don't need the MREs, they're heavy. Let's take the water back. And yeah, get a scrap, we can dump that as well. See how beneficial it is to have a well fed. I might keep one MRE actually, because we're going to sleep. It's the middle of the night, so you know. Get this one. Let's sleep here until the morning. Let's see, how long we have. Let's call it 8 hours. Oh, there's a blizzard out there.
Getting kind of thirsty.
Yeah. Again, a blizzard in story mode is gentler. -8. Wow, it's gonna get cold though, but you can actually see in the blizzard. But I don't think I want to go out like this either, so it's just you can just sleep again, really. Now this is cured now, in case you want to craft something, in case you want to craft like rabbit stuff or deer pants, but we don't need to, because look at all this good stuff we found, you know. What is the best loot in the game? Okay, let's have a Stacy's soda. Let's just sleep like 2 hours. Sounds like it stopped. Eat the MRE. There you go. Don't really need to bring it, but I might as well. I don't need to bring all this food anyway. We can just actually drop a couple of them. They don't really weigh anything, but they're stuff to carry. Okay, let's go. Let's get this bear. You got the rifle. This you just kind of set, yeah, and then the meter goes down, and the bear has to go on the spear before the stamina is expired. Same as it uses a sprint meter, as you can see. You basically got to plonk it down, and you enter a sort of struggle, and that's how you defeat the bear. And now is the first time we're actually going to fight him. Not openly around. Oh, there's -11. I know, it's fine. But during those shortwave towers, it's basically when we're going to fight them. It's gone a little bit, it's kind of cold. It will get better though. Once this wind ends, it'll be okay. Yeah, once the wind, once the wind is not hitting me, actually warm, and the day is only going to get warmer too. I still need to kill a wolf, but after we're done with Forlorn Muskeg, there's still quite a lot to do here in Mystery Lake. So we need to go to the lake cabins. We need to get the hatch quest from the unnamed pond. We need to collect a cache and do some fishing too. So there's quite a few miscellaneous things to do. So we got a few things left in Mystery Lake. Let's go on a bit. If you're wondering why the rifle moves like that, I mean, I already explained it before, but you can tap sprint instead. So instead of holding down the sprint button, you tap it, and then when you let go of the button in that process, your character is still sort of using momentum to launch forward, so you run further. So instead of doing this, you do this. Okay, you run further. I mean, it's not necessary to do it, it's just a little trick. And because I just do it instinctively. Okay, so let's go to the towers. I think we'll start, we'll do it, I think, clockwise, because we have to go up here too, but because of this cache and that, I think the easiest is to go down this way and go like this. And then might as well go to Spencer's farm, and so on, you know. I think that's probably the best idea. Let's do that. And it's 9. It's getting warmer, but still. It'll get colder, let's light a fire. Okay, so now we're going to head to the first tower, the southeastern one. And it's quite easy to get to. I mean, you can see them from pretty far away. But you can also just hug the wall, which is what we're going to do. Alright. No wolves around. I should actually be carrying this faster. Okay, so to get there, the easiest way, I mean, you got your map, but to get up here, you have to actually go around here. There's a path that goes this way up here. So you got to go around. You can see the tower itself right there, right ahead. The wolf over there. I'm just going to try and get there as fast as possible, really. It's funny how the weather system is different in Wintermute. So, because there's snow, the long-range visibility isn't active. So I can't really see that far. You'll see once it becomes clear, it will sort of pop into view. But at the same time, if there's blizzard, I can see through it, which is weird. But well. I'm still not sure if that's intentional or not, but well. We're going to do this one first. Go up here. And then we'll head back down. And again, there's a lot of little things you can do in Forlorn Muskeg, but we don't really need to do most of them. We're just going to stick to mostly the quest areas. Oh, there it is. See, now the whole thing popped into view, which means the weather changed. So this wind is going to slow down now, and it's going to change to probably calm or clear. That's why I'm able to see. Yeah, do you notice that? How it is sort of thin? That's because the weather changed. Basically, the weather animation, I think, is different, which is why that's happening. But anyway, technicalities, doesn't matter. Here you want to save a little bit of sprint across the ice. There's a high blind. It is, I think it's over there. For some reason it's not loading, but it should be right there. That's where the key is. Last cabin key that we need. Tower itself is right above us. We have to go around, so we're here. We have to go around here. Once we get the cache, we're at it. You can also get rid of this wolf. Animals cannot fall through the ice, by the way, even if they're heavier than you. Let's just get rid of this guy. Get the cache as well. I'm running more than I really should. Actually, I should just walk. Now is a good time to walk, because now the wind has stopped. It's nice and calm, clear. 3 degrees. Okay, 2 degrees. But I'm actually warm. So now there's no real urgency or anything. So I think now I'll be okay. Okay, so the cache should be around here too. There's birch saplings if you want to make arrows for whatever reason. And you gotta go around. I think the cache itself is actually down here. Not up there. It's like behind one of these trees. Always behind trees. Or behind a rock or something. Here it is. Easy to spot. But kind of out of the way. Ow.
That's what I'm looking for.
There we go.
What have we here?
Light shell. Full scarf. Yeah, we don't need any of these things.
I'm gonna need some first aid.
I'll drop them later. Let's get rid of this wolf. I might actually take the painkillers to get rid of this pain, just so we can see a bit better. And I definitely want to use a bandage to get rid of this sprain, but otherwise I can't run. I wish you could cure a sprain by putting bandages on it like that, but you know. Wolf destroying the music. Don't worry about killing the wolves like I am. I am killing them with this rest pistol. It takes good experience and axe to just shoot him in the face like that. After having killed thousands of wolves in this game. You don't have to worry about doing that though. You don't have to necessarily go for the kill. Like you can aim with the intent to kill the wolf. But if it doesn't die, then who cares? The idea is to scare it off. It will always flee with the stress pistol. We got so many flares that, you know, it's really not difficult at all. But yeah, you gotta go up here. So now you can see we're here. Going around like that. And then we can go up to this tower. And this one should be alright. After this, it's the old bear. You're gonna spare him. You could argue that, you know, one tower is easier than the other terrain-wise against the bear, but it doesn't really matter. Basically, once the bear shows up, you have to be in, I think it's 3 struggles. And then the bear will give up. So you meet him again later. Okay. Temperature is now +4. We're slowly warming up, which is why we can just walk. And I can make a coffee if I need to. Should be no problem. Safe up here. Just rabbits. That's it. Can be a deer carcass too. Wolves don't come up here. At least not in story mode they do, but in survival they do. In survival mode they changed the whole thing about where animals are, but that's not relevant here. Okay, this is the overlook. What did I just say about wolves? What are you doing here? You must be a story mode wolf. Ah. Forget what I said. There are actually 3 wolves waiting in ambush up here. Just after I said, don't worry about it. No wolves around here. You know, there's 3. I forgot about the oh, Mackinac jacket. That's very good. Probably better than Mackenzie's jacket. It's more heavy though. It's heavy, but barely heavy, so we can just get rid of that. This too. I completely forgot about these ambush wolves, if I'm honest. I just didn't think of it. There we are. Wave tower. We got the path. Goes again. Now we got one of the towers done. This is done. Now there's 2 left. This one here. To get this one, we'll go via the high blind. As we'll go via Spencer's farm too. Why not? Get this, and then we can just walk around, get the cache, then do the last one, and then go out. And then that's it for Forlorn Muskeg, really. Now, there is... you can go back the way you came, but there's a very easy goat here that I use all the time. It's just easy to get down. You just go to the right here, through these little cracks here. Looks steep, but it's not. Just carefully move forward. Okay, I got a sprain that I usually don't get a sprain. Okay, this is a great day to make a tutorial. You sort of hop down here, and you can get down really easy. This is a very, very common shortcut. I don't usually get sprains like that doing it, but I guess this is one of those days.
Damn,
One of those days.
And we can't run now because of that sprain. Yeah, let's just bandage that too. Just a foot. Yeah. Pain. How many painkillers I have? Not that many, so let's leave that. No, then the blind itself should be over here. It's not loaded in for some reason. But there should be a high blind, like right here. Get a bit closer. There it is, see? Popped in. Does it disappear if I go further back? It does, so... there we are. Yeah. It's a bit annoying actually that that happens, because you should be able to see it from across the map. So if you can't find it, it's a little bit tricky to actually find it if that happens. This little stretch here, you should be able to run across this without the ice breaking. Famous last words for the tutorial. There you go. If you do fall through the ice, you get immediate hypothermia and you start taking a lot of damage. But you can get out of it pretty easily. Those help. And this will have the last cabin key. It's a high blind. There's a scrap here for forging. And open it. We don't need it. We take it, but we don't need it. There. Stuff. In here there is, yeah, more the same matches. We don't really need any of this stuff. We'll pick it up, I guess, but we don't need it. And then this should have the key. This, I'm sorry. This person. There we go.
This'll come in handy.
Well, it's painkillers. Oh, in that case, let's just take the painkillers. So we can actually see better. Rather, you, the viewer, can see better. You might also want to bandage because I can't actually use the rifle. If I bandage the arm, I can. Not that it really matters, but all cured. Yeah. There we are. Now that's done. The next step really now is you got the next tower is it doesn't load in. Now you can kind of see it actually over there. See this red part? That's the next tower there. Then you have Spencer's farm, which is right there. We might as well go check that out too. There can be some loot over here too by the bunkhouses, but not really worth checking that out. Cave right over there as well. You can go for shelter. There used to be bunker up there, but they're not in story mode. And then the supply cache is kind of like over there somewhere. And then of course the last tower, which is over there. And then we're done. So that's the route we're basically taking here. So let's head to Spencer's farm really and go from there. All right. So let's go. And Forlorn Muskeg, you gotta be a bit careful of the ice. Because you can fall through it, and there's a lot of places you can fall through. Like a lot. So you gotta be a bit careful about that. Like here, for example. You have crampons? Oh, that popped into existence. Actually, maybe we should go this way after all. Let's check out the bunkhouses. It's this way anyway. I think you can cross over here. But yeah, it's just a lot of ice around. You can craft crampons, and that will delay the ice breaking, but that does not exist on Wintermute. Let's see. I think you can run across here. If in doubt, just save it first, and then run. Quite a few wolves around. Make sure you sprint and you're not too heavy. If you're heavy, you're not gonna make it. There you go, see. Made it, but barely. This should be fine. Doesn't even have to be nicer. We got a lot of bullets. How many flare shells do we have? A lot of those too. Use those then. These are the bunkhouses. They're all burnt down. But aside from the wolves, you will find some miscellaneous loot here. We're not really going to spend too much time on it though. A little bit here and there. These walls are kind of bugged, they're kind of stuck, so I'm mostly going to walk past them. Oh, come on. That's a bit weird. That's not supposed to happen.
Need some first aid.
2 bleeds from that. What happens to the rest of us? Nothing that can't be fixed. That was a bit weird because I shot the first wolf. And then the distress pistol scares all wildlife. So what really should have happened there was that the second wolf should have gotten scared and ran away. And I realized eventually, like, wait, he's not running away, he's coming at me. So that was a bit weird, what just happened. But, well, doesn't matter. We can recover, we can sleep here or wherever, doesn't matter. We might want to sleep actually just to get some health back. As long as it doesn't get too cold. Over here is a forge. And this forge you can also use to craft stuff. And it's kind of like the key forge in survival modes. This is where you come to forge mostly, on Interloper especially. And lower difficulties, not so much, but this is outdoors, doesn't give you cabin fever and that sort of thing. That's my fuel situation. Non-existent, pretty much. Might want to sleep actually, because also if I get the bear spear here, I place it. See, I don't have much stamina left. So the marginal error for the bear is a little low. I think we're actually going to sleep here. And with our clothing, I think we can probably sleep through the night. But if we don't, we'll light the fire. We got a few sticks. There's usually wood over there, so... But this is the forge, classic location in survival mode. Not that important in story mode, but you can pop by. There's a few things there. Bullets, always handy. Coal, sewing kit, scrap for crafting. Military coat. Very, very strong. But it's heavy. It's quite heavy. Repaired is probably a bit better than Mackinac, but still. If we need to make a fire, we can light one here.
I think I can use this.
We don't really need to check everything around here. There's wood here if we need it. The safe also there. I'm not going to open the safe either. Actually, I'll tell you what, I will open it. Just because what we can do is we can go around. We're going to open it instead of breaking down the crates. What you can do is you can go around over here. And you can open it this way, like that. Just so you know you can do that. So let's just open it. 29 or something like that. $30. $44. Go slow for the rest. Nice music. A lot of music in Wintermute is not in survival mode and vice versa. I guess it's a bit of a shame. A lot of like nice music in Long Dark. Like this music. Great. What do we got?
What have we here?
Cash. Bullets. Cash. Ooh, rabbit mittens. Again, these are better. Way better temperature wise. But because the mittens are just lighter. Tell you what though, we're gonna wear them for now. Because, same thing with this.
I need to drop something.
Because we'll be warmer sleeping. Let's just, actually the wool toque might be better as well. Oh, it's better if it's repaired. Let's do a little bit of repairing. So let's put that on instead of Mackenzie's hat. We can also repair the military coat. $88. Cool. Better. And there we go. Now we're warmer. And at the moment we're fine. So let's just pick up these for now. Let's eat something. Maybe not this, it's very low condition. Maybe these peaches. Peaches are very heavy. Let's grab that. Get some more of this MRE. Maybe we need to see the sleep. There we go. And I think actually we probably will survive the sleeping in the open pretty much because it's 14 degrees. So unless a blizzard hits, we probably will survive. So because it's story mode, it's going to save it. We'll save Spencer. And we'll just sleep for, I'll put 12 hours. As you can see, that worked just fine. Let's fix this. And then also have Stacy's. And water. And let's leave until it's light. Yeah, 2 degrees. But that's fine. Do 3 hours. There you go. It's now light. And we don't need these rabbit ones anymore. They're too heavy. Drop them. We don't need this hat. And here, this is not that much heavier than the other one. Half a kilo. But you're only getting 1 degree. I don't think it matters that much. I'd rather have the half a kilo free. Anything else you can ditch? The rest can stay, I suppose. We need to make some bandages to have some cloth. Yeah, let's make some bandages. You can just harvest the cloth and you get bandages that way. Or you can craft them in the crafting menu. Really matter. And we have antiseptic too, so we're fine. Yeah, this looks good. Get rid of one of the cans. I think we're all good, really. We do some more repairs, yeah, but that's right. Alright, let's go. Now we're going to head to this one here. Notice now if I select the old bear spear and place it, I have a lot more stamina. That's why that was important to sleep. The health was one thing, but that was not that important because of save function. But you have more stamina, it just makes it better. It's -6, but we're going to get warmer. Don't worry about it. So we're going to head up here now, collect the next one, and now there will be... This will trigger the bear attacks. And it varies a little bit how it happens. In principle, what should happen is the bear attacks you and you got to fight him off 3 times and he flees. But it does happen that it bugs out and it just comes back and back. There we are. A lot of wolves around. I'm going to use rifles this time. That was weird what happened earlier, how I could kill one wolf but the other one didn't get scared. I'll show how that happened exactly. I think that was a bug. But even if it wasn't a bug, you know. I'm sometimes happy when accidents happen. For example there, you know. I can then show you how to recover from situations like that, because they will happen. So in that case, I could show you, like, I bandaged up. I got antiseptic. Antiseptic out and slept it off. There he is.
Holy shit. Okay, this time I'm ready for you.
Alright, let's wait for him to get closer. And there we go. You're on the way. You gotta time it. If you do it too early, then the spear will run out of stamina. But instead you gotta wait until he gets close enough. He will start charging, gets on his hind legs, then he starts charging. Down we go. And you hold it. One more time. Let's go. Hind legs, charge, plant. He runs off. The only thing you gotta worry about a little bit is that remember that after the fight has ended, your stamina bar hasn't recharged. So if you...
Which means I'm not dead.
Yeah.
Onward.
So you just gotta you gotta time it. When you place it, your stamina goes down. He has to enter the sphere before the stamina expires. Once the struggle begins, you just gotta hold it. Now remember, just let me repeat this from episode 1. If you go to options and accessibility, you'll see here struggle input type. By default, this is usually on quick tapping. So when you're in the fight, you gotta click your mouse button, like spam it, click, 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 click. And it can be very hard on your fingers, same as holding when you loot stuff. So to make it easy on your fingers, you can use this press and hold. So that happens in wolf struggles too. When you wolf struggle, you just hold the mouse button down, and it will be an automatic one. Now, if you do quick tapping, that is actually better. It won't matter that much in story mode, but it is if you can do it fast enough. If you click really fast, like really, really fast, quick tapping is more efficient. You can end the struggle faster or do more damage to the wolf. So it is better, but only if you're able to do it. I hate doing it. It hurts my fingers, so I use this one. So then the game instead does like an average progression instead. And that works out just fine. And that's quite handy here with the bear. Because then you just got to make sure that the spear is down and then you hold it and you will basically win the bear struggle. So that's a tip there for you. Keep in mind also that notice how this third one's a little bit too close because I placed the spear and then the struggle ended. And of course, when it ended, the bear is walking away, but my stamina has not regenerated fully. So if you forget about that and the bear charges again, and you put it down too early, it's like, oops, I ran out too quickly, and then he mauls you. When you do the spear encounter, you take almost no damage at all. It's pretty easy, but if you do fail it, he does maul you like a regular bear. Alright, let's transpond the stuff. Here we are, over here. That was one bear encounter, it's going to be one more. There we go. There we go. Part. There we are, that's the second one. Now we have one more. It's the one that's over there, you can kind of see it. That's where the Aurora hatch was. But we also have this loot cache to pick up. And then we're done, actually. Now to get to that loot cache, which is, I think it's actually that one right there. There's a tree that's fallen over on the crossings in Forlorn Muskeg. I believe that's where it is. Now we could just goat down here. It's pretty easy, to be honest, but there's a lot of ice. So if you want to be safe, just take the long way. Temperature, -4, getting warmer. Just take the long way, go over here along these cliffs, over on that side there, and then down to the tree. And I might run a little bit just because it's still a little bit cold, but I don't want to be too tired, because if I get too tired by the time I get to the second bear, it will impact my stamina. The way that will work is that once I explained this earlier, but let's repeat some of it now. If you're fatigued, that is to say the eye symbol, so you have fatigue and your stamina. Fatigue is a symbol you can see at the bottom left with the eye, that's fatigue. You can call it energy if you like. The sprint meter, which is this one in the bottom right, that is you can call it sprint meter or you can call it stamina. I call it stamina and the other one fatigue. Anyway, when your fatigue meter goes halfway down, you start getting tired and you can carry less stuff, so you become heavy. So you get sprain risk faster and you basically slow down. That's what happens. But if you also reach quarter fatigue, so you don't have 25% left, then your stamina recharges much slower. So if you encounter the old bear and you have quarter stamina left, of course you can fight him, but your marginal error is much smaller. It's much harder to defeat him. I wouldn't really recommend doing that. So it's best to try and have some spare stamina when you meet the old bear. As you can see, it's not too hard. You just gotta time it right. As long as the spear is up when the bear shows up, then you got it. You can go down, or you can go here. I kind of took a stupid route here, but it doesn't matter. You can just go down here on the slope. Doesn't matter how you get there. And remember, use your map if you're not sure. It actually is this tree, not the one I pointed at. I do like Forlorn Muskeg. It's a hard map though. It's I think people's least favorite map other than like Blackrock. Maybe Bleak Inlet. Bleak Inlet's not so bad. But it's a tricky map because most of the stuff is located on the edges. In the middle is only like little things. But if you're interested, I have a video where I survived 20 days in Forlorn Muskeg on Interloper. So you spawn here on Interloper and you survive 20 days. Some people do those challenges where they instead spawn somewhere else, they loot up, gear up, and then they go to a region and then they survive there. But I did it from spawn. Alright, it's also called the Keg Stand. There's the cache, you can see it right there. And then I think there's only one left after this. There we go. Supply cache.
There it is.
Fire Striker. Very nice. Another balaclava. There we go. Very nice. And now to the tower. We've already been there. Let's go again. Now you can see we've done all but one. The last one we haven't even picked up. But the last one is in a cabin. We're going to wrap up Forlorn Muskeg first, and then go. What's the temperature? -2. Getting warmer and warmer. Oh, I see that the weather changed. That's so goofy. To be fair, that could be an interaction with like the new engine thing and what have you, and maybe it's not optimized yet. I don't think it's supposed to be like that. I don't recall it being like that when I first played story mode. It definitely does not work like that in survival mode, but it doesn't matter. You don't play story mode for the aesthetic necessarily of the game. You play it for the story and the characters. Survival mode is where the real experience is at. That's where it's player-driven narratives rather than authored narratives. Okay, well, we're going to go up this river. You see this river right there? Again, if you're not sure, click the map, go up this way, up the river. The old bear will show up again. That distance there, I don't know if you can sprint that distance. And this little patch there, that isn't an actual land, I don't think. So don't get fooled by little islands like that. It's better to go this way. There we go. There's the tower. Tower's gone. Tower's gone. Actually, in real life, I mentioned it already, I'm a psychology professor. You do actually have better vision in your peripheral vision. So actually, even though I don't think it's intentional, you actually should see better in your side vision than your front. Oh look, the weather changed again. Funny how that works. Alright. I think it's getting even warmer. -1. -1, yeah. So I'm not going to get cold. By the time Mathis is going to be warm. There's so many bullets. Bear Spear. A lot of people have requested that the Bear Spear should be added to survival mode. Suppose you could do that, but I think it'd be a little bit too easy to hunt bears that way. But it's an option, I suppose, you know. I don't know if it's necessary. Let me know what you think. It is neat that story mode has a few unique items that you don't get in survival mode. Like the spear and Mackenzie's outfit, Astrid's outfit, a couple other things. I run a little bit, but I don't want to run too much here. I want to make sure I have stamina for the old bear. I do recommend putting on auto walk in the long dark. It's also in the accessibility menu. You enable auto walk. By default is Z on the keyboard. It's just a lot less holding. The older version of the game don't have that, but this one it does now. Oof, it just makes it so much better. You don't have to click down the forward key the whole time, you know. Alright, so now we're approaching the last tower, which should do the trick. And kill the old bear. Well, we're not going to kill him, we're going to hurt him. And then head back. And after this, there'll be one more encounter. Alright. And the Aurora hatch is over there, but we can't enter it now without an Aurora. That's a little base if you need one. Let's get the old spear out. I'm clicking 2. Selecting it. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, where's the old bear?
Not this again.
He kind of came out of nowhere there. Gosh. Alright. Check your stamina. We don't have much stamina left, but we can always give him a little space. Recharge a little bit. Go over here. There he comes. Wait until he's closer. One more. Should do it. Come on. I got you. If he gets too close by accident, he won't necessarily do his whole animation. That bugged out a bit. He ended up because he ran that way, and I think he got the
uncanny sense of timing.
He kind of glitched into the tree, and I was basically fighting him in the tree. Tree bear. Alright, well now he's not an issue. Not until our final encounter with him. There's a bit of loot here. Sometimes there's a corpse over here, so you might want to check right here. Today, okay. Up here, there's also usually a little bit of loot. Boxes you can break down for wood. Some containers. You don't really need this, but ketchup chips. And the last transponders. There we go. We got all 3. Now you take it back to Jeremiah. Let's check this out.
This stuff will come in handy.
Line, huh? So now we're going to head back to Jeremiah. And we will encounter the bear one more time before we actually get to him. Which will be the final fight. And it will happen, I believe, as we exit Forlorn Muskeg. Let's go down here. We got some ketchup chips. You can't get ketchup chips where I live. I live in Norway. I've never seen it, not even in specialty shops. So they're a unique item. But I did once, I think 4 years ago. Some viewers sent me a Canada package with a bunch of Canadian stuff in it, which included ketchup chips. And they were quite nice. It's kind of like salt and vinegar chips that you do get here. closest. And they're quite nice. After we ate them. Not no more of them. So if you have some spare ones, send me some ketchup chips. Alright, now I'm not too worried about fatigue in that, because we're not far from the next encounter, we're not far from the trappers, we're fine. We're also warming up, like I said, now it's +1. So notice how, since from when we started, it went from -6 to +1, but nothing has really changed with us. What's happening is that the world is getting warmer because the day is progressing, and that will continue being the case. It get warmer and warmer. So as long as we don't get strong winds, we're going to stay warm the rest of the day, which is great. All right, here we are. If you play survival mode, there's usually a bear roaming around here too. Okay. Okay. Just auto-walking while I'm fiddling with my baby monitor. Okay, now we are actually done with Forlorn Muskeg. It's completely wrapped up. There's nothing else to do here. Now, of course, when you finish the main story and you are about to leave episode 2 and end it and transition to episode 3, when you do that, you could, of course, choose to stay. Some people do play story mode as survival. I once had a poll where I asked people, what is your favorite mode? And most people prefer like Voyager, and then quite a lot of people also play Interloper, which is becoming more and more popular as people master it. But there's a small percentage, about like 5 to 8% of players who just prefer Wintermute. That's like what they like. Hinterland has other statistics. So there is a fairly large chunk of people who only play the Long Dark for the story, and they only come back to the game when the story is progressing, and they don't play survival mode. And of course that's fine, everyone has their own taste. But there's also some people who play story mode as a survival game, because you can save the game and it has the map that shows you where you are, you know, like this. So then they, especially episode 2, because it's got 3 regions, they just stay here and live, and then they can save and do whatever they want. It doesn't get all the new features that are in the game, like safe house customization, that sort of thing. But nevertheless, you do get a survival experience. You do. It's just more limited, but safer. And again, as I've said in many other videos, that's fine, because in the end of the day, you gotta play the Long Dark the way you want to play the Long Dark. No one can tell you how you should play the Long Dark. Play it however you want. Wintermute, survival mode, easy mode, hard mode, mods, no mods, use maps, use tutorial, don't use it, whatever. Play it any way you want. You decide, and no one else. Alright, that was a nice little hiatus monologue as we enter the final stage of the old bear. Let's go. There we go.
No, no!
Stealth bear.
Where am I? Holy shit. The bear, it's right there.
What one man can do.
Who the hell's that spear?
Alright, Now we gotta get that spear. And there's many ways to do this. I'm pretty sure I could just walk and climb. So we want to get over here. Up we go. This is a section that I haven't particularly scienced or anything. I don't know the details that well. That's my inventory. It's my clothes, really. Stick. He's eating a wolf.
Way too close.
Doesn't matter, he's not going to see me up here. Now you got to crawl through all these tunnels. You basically got to get to your bear spear before anything happens. Without him getting to you. So you got to navigate all these tunnels, avoiding the bear. That's what this is. And I gotta be honest, it's been a little while since I have played this particular version. Sorry, this particular segment, so I'm a little rusty. Should be okay though. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Antlion cave in Half-Life 2. That's what it reminds me
If
of.
I don't keep my distance, I'm done.
Half-Life 2,
Gotta find that spear.
episode 2. Right, so now, from here, I believe we're going to go to that thing over there. But we can't, if we go through these tunnels, he'll just catch us. So what we need to do is go, he's there, is he gonna nosh on this guy? Alright, well, you do your thing. If you go through those, that there, then he won't see us. You can just crouch if you want. Okay. Run and crouch. He's not going to get you in here. Of course, this makes it a bit complicated getting out. But we should be okay. There he is, he's busy eating again. He's going that way. He hasn't seen me yet. And here we go. You can't enter these small areas here. You just use them to your advantage. There we go. Don't bother like looting or whatever. Another cave.
Let him near me.
Ooh. Hello. That almost ended badly. Are you having a little... Yeah. You do you, bear. The name of the game is Patience, so... Just gotta get to the next little mini cave that you can't enter, which is over there. I think there's more than one route you can take. I'm sure you can speedrun this segment somehow. But I never bothered sciencing that stuff. There are certain places I know how to speedrun, but not this one. Right. Let's just go over here. Don't turn around now. There we go. Keep going. I don't think it matters if I walk or it detects me in here, because he's not going to get there anyway. Painkillers. Oh, look at this. Bandages.
Hope
Stim.
nobody needs this anymore.
Born paper, oh yeah. More law. don't really need those things, but once we go. Now we gotta get to that one over there. There he is again and again. Just be patient, really. I'm pretty sure if you just sprint and crouch, you will get to the other side safe. Because he will also trigger an animation going on his hind legs and this sort of thing, so you should be able to get there in time. But why risk it, right? There's no stones to distract him with or anything like that, so just wait for him to turn around and then go. If you want,
I have to stay back.
if you want, you can tap like this. You go a bit faster, and cheesing it a bit. Going to. But it shouldn't be necessary. The game isn't designed with that in mind. It's not designed with the intention that you should crouch tap your way through this. Guts. Good guts. Or fresh guts, probably. Here's again, and there's another cave over there. Wait for him to. Okay, he's leaving again. He's busy. Yeah. And we got it. Crouch tapping makes it a bit easier, but I don't need to do it. Those weird eating noises he's got is creepy. And here's a spear over there.
There it is. The spear. Somehow I gotta grab it. That'll even the odds.
Oh yeah. Okay. Now we gotta get down there. Let's see. I don't think he's seen me yet, but we got a few places to hide, like right over there, for example. When I stand, he sees me. See that? When I stand up, he turns around. So maybe we shouldn't do that. Okay, must have been the wind. This is a bit weird. It's because I stood up. I think he's bugged a little bit. So he's a little bit bugged. How about if I go back? Give him some space. That's it. Yeah, I'll decrease the range a little bit. Oh, come on. That's really a thing. Are you really doing this? It seems like he's just kind of patrolling there. How weird. He really just... I don't know, this is... It doesn't seem intentional to me. Look at this. Like, I don't think this is intentional. It's just because he's just going around in circles. I'll take it one step at a time. It's kind of like he's like, I'm an AI. I know a human is around here somewhere, but I can't see him. Yeah. There you go. I think he's like reset now. That was a bit clumsy, I guess. There we go. Told you he has a little charging mechanic. Hello. And then there's a cave on the other side there too. You can see the markings. We're gonna head there too. Because he's gotta get out of the way first. This big bear bum. We're gonna be a bit more patient there. Because he's not really letting me do my thing. Yeah, you walk away. You walk far away. that good enough? Let's try. Yeah. Do you get that little window where he charges like that? And he can't... It takes too long to, like, get to you. I would prefer if it was further away. You can do the same thing over there. You walk away. You walk far away. Good. Onwards we go. Get the spear. Ah, he's all the way over there now. Another one over there we can go to. Spear itself was over there, wasn't it? There was a head through it. Hey, backpack. Let's be quiet. Yeah, because we're right here at the precipice now. You can save it. Oh, no, you can't save it. Okay, well, that's fine. For some reason I thought you could save it. He's all the way over there now. The spear is over here, isn't it?
Gotcha.
There we go. Ooh, that was a little too close. A little too close. Alright, let's do this. Come on. You can pretty much put the spear down once he starts his charge, as long as you have the stamina for it. Alright, let's do this. Dang. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Such a majestic creature. I didn't want to kill you. But this new world will make murderers of us all.
Yeah.
Mackenzie.
The bear is dead.
Good, you're up. And just in time.
What happened?
You passed out. I let you rest since I needed time to fix the radio. Ha! And what did I tell you? Those transponder parts did the trick. They were perfect. You did good, Mackenzie. You did good. Signal strength looks like it might be sufficient, but who knows how long it'll last with this unpredictable aurora in the sky.
Okay. So can we call Perseverance Mills?
I've already set the frequency. Just toggle the call button and cross your fingers.
Alright. Let's do this. We came all this way. Let's make the call.
Here goes nothing. Hello? Is this the radio station at Perseverance Mills?
We need help. There's some kind of quarantine situation.
Hello? What do you mean quarantine? Is there a doctor with you?
We need a doctor or medical assistance, anything. Or cut off.
Can you... Damn it!
No! Damn it!
I'm sorry, Jeremiah.
That was my only chance.
Only chance for what?
You need to find your lady friend. I need to reach someone too. And that was my only chance.
Well, we can find another radio. Or repair this one. Get new parts.
No. There's only one way now. You need to do it.
Me? Need to do what?
You need to take my message. You need to deliver it for me. It's important. You need to do it for me, Mackenzie. It'll be weeks before I can travel that far. You need to do it for me, Mackenzie.
Okay, take it easy.
You don't understand. You don't understand what's coming, Mackenzie. You have to take my message, or else none of the rest of it matters.
Okay, Jeremiah. I'll take your message.
It's only a little detour for you, on the way to Perseverance Mills. A little detour that can change a lot. Maybe everything.
I'm listening.
Go through Carter. You'll need to get the old elevator system working. With the Aurora, it just might work. Go through Carter, the lower part of the dam. Now look out for...
Yeah, I know. Unstable.
Right. Through Carter, out the other side. You'll find your way to Signal Hill. Old weather service radio there. More powerful than my shortwave. You should be able to reach them.
Reach who?
I'll give you the frequency. Ask for Atwood.
Atwood. Got it. What's the message?
Wintermute.
Wintermute?
Yeah. Just that. Atwood will know what it means. Once you've done that, keep following the road north and you'll eventually get to Perseverance Mills. You'll start seeing the signs a few days walk out.
Okay. Got it. And what will you do?
A couple more days to recover, and then something else I gotta do.
You're in no state to...
Relax, Mackenzie. It's a short trip, but one I gotta take. And with the old bear out of the picture, I may have half a chance now. Thanks to you.
Well, don't make all my hard work keeping you alive be for nothing.
Good luck finding your lady, Mackenzie. I hope she's okay. This upside-down world won't be easy on the good people. I think you know that.
Thanks. She's out there somewhere. And she's a strong one. She'll make it. And I'll find her again. In Perseverance Mills.
Don't forget about Atwood.
Take care of yourself, Jeremiah. I might have to drop some gear.
There we go. Nice.
I'm done with him. Time to move on.
So he gave me all the stuff, so now I'm heavy. Now it's dropped out here. But now we've also kind of reached a point where you gotta remember that stories end. So unless you plan to stick around and play survival mode here now, you don't really need to worry about items you're carrying because it's not going to transfer to episode 4 anyway. So it doesn't really matter. We're only going to carry a few things to complete the last of the side quests because now the main story is basically done. We need to go to here. We need Hope and Callum and Aurora, which is pretty much every night from now on. But we have a few things to do. We need to do the lake gunshots, and we might as well open the cabins as well. We need to trigger Hank's quest, which is down here, which will take us up this way. and do all of those things. It's not going to take that long. And we're carrying too much stuff, so we can just go here. We can drop stuff. Yeah, 9 accelerants. We don't need that. Take 1, if anything. So look at all these matches we got. Way too many matches. Just drop all of them, really. In fact, we can drop all the matches. Because we have this Fire Striker. Oops. We have a ton of caterpillars. We don't need those. We have cash. We don't need these sticks, to be honest. Look at all these stims we got. Look at all the stuff we got. So much stuff. We don't actually need any of these things at all. Get rid of all of this stuff. We don't need any of these stims, gold drinks. We haven't used any of them. Might as well buy a couple though for the fun of it. Why not? A lot of ruined stuff. Oh, this all got ruined from the bear, I guess. Is that right? Yeah, it got ruined from the bear. That's okay. I mean, we could... that's okay. We could repair it, but again, it doesn't carry over, so who cares? Food. Just get rid of the heavy food, you know. Get rid of the MREs. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, we got too many flares. Extra can opener. We got sewing kits out the Vazu. And we do need to do fishing as well. Okay, I think we're more or less dropped there. Hell yeah, we got all these hides. We never actually used them to craft anything. But so what, you know. Oops. It's okay. We can just drop all of this stuff in here. Alright. So we're a bit colder because we lost some gear, but that's okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to go and do the lake gunshots first, because doing it requires doing a few other things. And then you got to go to the dam, and then you got to go back in a day, so it's a little bit back and forth. So I think the easiest is to go to the... do that first. And we could run because we're cold, we have less gear. Might as well just have a little look around. Now, we don't really care about loot at all from this one on, but we might as well check like the cabins and that. We have all 3 keys now. So what we're going to do now, we're going to head to the cabin to Lake Gunshots. Start that quest. We can also do some fishing to complete that fishing quest. And once we have the Lake Gunshots started, it will send us to logging camp, where we kind of have to go anyway for a cache for the forest talkers. We also need to open a cabin to get the last Miss Your Lake cache, and then there's Hank's thing. So there's kind of like 4 different quests to still be completed. Yeah, let's get it done. But let's get to the cabins first. You can always stop in camp office and sleep for an hour if you want. Ow. Actually, it's a bit annoying. I also need to kill a wolf. How many? Oh yeah, I'm just gonna do this. But we haven't killed a wolf in Mystery Lake yet. And before you leave the region and do the main story, you might want to just double check you actually have done all the quests. But as you can see, it's not actually possible to do all of them right away. You have to at the very least start the chapter that's called Signal to Noise prior to the old bear one. When you start that one, you can then do the other quests. Like, you have to go to Hunting Lodge to trigger all these extra quests, like the Aurora Hatch and the Forest Talker cache and that whole shebang. And then coming back here, it triggers the Hank's thingy. So it's just, there's things to do, you know. Okay. Let's wrap all this up. The old bear destroyed my gloves, so I frostbite risk, which is a shame. But again, it's story mode. When you finish, it's over, so who cares? Okay, we can kill a wolf for the quest. There's a wolf. Let's get this over with. Yeah. So there is the wolf quest done. Pretty easy. There's wolves all over the place, especially if you play hardened mode. Really easy. Now let's go in here for just a brief minute to warm up a little bit. We can always sleep for like an hour or two. Then we can continue. And then we can also go fishing. I actually regret a bit I left a line and hook back there. Do I have both of those still? Yeah, okay. Let's leave it for like 2 hours. So on my inventory, I have 2 fishing tackles. Oh, I do have lines as well. Okay, that's not the worst then. Wait, I'm carrying 2 lanterns. Whoops. That's a bit silly. Oops, so well. We don't need a snare, actually. What I was going to say is that, well, if I have scrap metal, I can just make more of these, so that's fine. But the reason I could have brought the fishing stuff, because if the line snaps, then that's a problem, you know? If it snaps twice and I haven't finished the quest, I have to actually go and make more fishing lines, which is annoying. Alright, so let's get the fishing thing done as well. I'm just gonna run because it's colder and I just wanna wrap these things up now. But here we are at all the lake cabins. And we might as well check them all out, seeing as we got the keys for all of them. First though, let's do fishing. You can use any of these fishing huts. On survival mode now, they have fishing holes. You can make your own fishing holes wherever you want. That's not the case here, so you have to use one of these fishing huts. There's 4 in total. You can see 3 of them here. The 4th one around the corner. And there can be wolves around here on the ice, just so you know that. Okay, here we are. And we might also open these for like wood or whatever. Off, sure. And you're not going to break this, which you can use any of these for. Prybar is probably best because it takes a lot of damage on the hatchet, but it doesn't actually matter because, again, story mode, the items will end. I'm going to use the hatchet. And then we're going to fish. Go. Crossfire risk, nope. Then we got to fish. I'm going to put 3 hours. See what we catch. We got a whitefish. Another whitefish. And one of these heavy ones. 4 kilos. And these smallest bass. This should complete the quest. There you go. Got it. Because the quest was actually to do... Alright. We got the survival school. So we got the achievement as well, which completing all of the survival schools, which includes the 3 in episode 1. So there's a carryover one, I believe. So we actually got 2 in 1 there. And yeah, the quest was to... if you go to... Oh, no, it doesn't say here. Was to get 5 kilos of fish. We don't need the fish though, so let's drop that. There you go. So that's that done as well. I'm just going to try and kill all these wolves. Makes it less complicated later. And they're less of an issue, you know? Yeah, right. Let's check out all these cabins. Might as well. 1 is burned down, but then you have 2 here. You have, I think, 1 over there and 1 over there. Maybe it's 2 over there. It's 4 or 6. But 1 of these triggers the quest as well. And the corpse in the middle as well. Don't think that's anything though.
Looks like someone found trouble.
Yeah.
I think I can use this.
E-jacket. Okay. Follow the trail of blood, which basically leads to that cabin right there. This is the Lake Gunshot quest, which we might as well trigger right away. Talk to this guy.
Just leave me alone. I'm not opening this door for anyone.
It's okay. I'm not here to take anything from you. Are you with the Forest Talkers?
I am, but I'm not letting you in. They killed my friend. How do I know you aren't one of them?
You don't, but I'm not. Name's Mackenzie. And I'm way too stubborn to just leave you out here all by yourself. You'll have to trust me.
Seems like I don't have much of a choice. We left most of our supplies at the old logging camp while we fished here. Can you get them for me?
I can try.
There's more. In that abandoned dam, we found evidence that proves there shouldn't be logging in Mystery Lake. I need that evidence. Documents nobody wanted to be found. We hid them until we could retrieve them. Under a floor tile at the bottom of the stairwell. If you can help me get the documents back, well, it'd be a huge win for the environment. If you care about, you know, living in the world.
I have a feeling the world has bigger problems right now, but I'll see what I can do.
Here's the key to the trailer where we stashed our supplies. I'll slide it under the door.
Right. There we go. Now there's basically two things for us to do. Yeah. So we have to go up here. There are two things. You have the Forest Talker supply cache, but then it's also the gunshot thing, which is actually inside the trailer. And we also have to go here. This Renewed Hope is also the Forest Talker quest as well. We can do it in any order, but I think we're going to go and do, in this order, going to Unnamed Ponds first to trigger the quest for Hank's Hatch, which takes us up here. Then we can go here and then there. So that's the easiest way. First though, let's check out these cabins. So here we are. This is one of them. Something like that. Call this cabin number 1. And you know, now you can access this stuff. More food. Not that we really need any of this stuff. I guess we can drink this grape soda. Why not, for hydration? Food. We don't need to take all the food. I'm just looking around there. Urban Parker.
What have we here?
Very nice if prepared. But again, we don't really need any of this stuff, so coffee. Okay, sure, take that. Let's move on to the next cabins just to open them for the sake of it. So let's call that Lake Cabin 1. I don't know if it actually says what cabin it is. I still carry these things. No. 1, 2. It doesn't really say. I guess. No. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, so then there's one here. There's one over there. So these are the 3 cabins. Oh, there's, okay, so there's one that doesn't require keys. There we go. This is the open one. Again, you don't really need anything here. We're just having a quick look around. Sewing kit, bed, books, simple note, hidden supply cache. This is the last one that we do need. So this is one thing that's kind of important, I guess. I'm not sure if I made this clear. But the cabin keys don't matter in the story at all. And in fact, there's only one cabin that is unlocked, which is this one, which has the note for the supply cache that we need, the one we're missing. So you don't need to get the keys. I've shown you how to get all 3 keys, but you don't need to get them. All they do is unlock the other cabins, but they don't have anything that's relevant to the side quest or the main story, so it doesn't really matter whether you go there or not. But I'm just showing you how to find them in case you do want to go. But this one you have to enter because this will have the last supply cache. You can do this anytime though, of course. So if you want to, you just do this right away. Yeah, there we go. That's the last of the ones. Mittens we can also put on.
That'll come in handy.
But then we don't have frostbite anymore. Look at this. And that supply cache is up there. That's okay. We can get that. Okay. And what's up now is a lot of collection stuff we're doing now. Oh, terrible weather. Cabin 2. You get inside. Off-season fun. Again, has got really good boots, combat boots.
This'll come in handy.
But they're very heavy, so not really that useful. More mittens, that's good. Wood, painkillers, food, yeah, a lot of stuff. You can take the milk, maybe. And it looks like we got combat pants. Oh, those are very, very good, those pants. They don't weigh much either. They weigh half of the work pants, but they are basically better. Alright, those are good pants. So probably worth going for just that, to be honest. And then the last one is over here. Cabin 3. And then we'll head back to camp office and probably sleep through the night. I'm sorry, but I don't actually know which key is for what. Because it's not very apparent. The only way to do that is to just check which one's open when you have only the one key. This should be the third one. And there's a third cabin. What do we got here? Food. Take stuff to give us hydration, I guess. Things to loot. Books. Best boots in the game.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
But we have these boots, which are great. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. I might actually sleep here for a couple of hours. You know, the weather just got worse. Need to get some more water, really. Alright, I'm gonna head out. Because I want to go to camp office instead.
Better find some water.
Yeah, it's very dark, but I'm just gonna go and go to camp office now the weather is alright. If you do this, you can see better, but you can't sprint. I'm just gonna run to camp office, sleep there, and then keep going to Unnamed Pond. So we'll go to Unnamed Pond. Pick up the quest for Hank's Hatch, and then start collecting these supply caches, and they're kind of done in order. Then we gotta go back here and deliver the stuff to the forest stalker, and then I have to wait like a whole day. So you might want to just pass time on the cabins just to do that. Very low visibility when it's like this. When you have kind of like heavy snow in the night, you can't see much. This is like the worst visibility in the game, arguably. Oh, Blizzard, I guess, is worse. But still, this is pretty rough. Pretty rough. We're nearing the end now. I hope you enjoyed this journey. We're basically just wrapping things up now. Making sure we get all the quests done. And then we just gotta head into the dam, pretty much. I'm gonna rest again here until I'm fully rested. I should make some water, but I can do that anywhere, really. Could do a quick 2 liters if I want to. We could do that just to have water. Not worried about it though, but... Yeah, accelerant, cache, or just start a fire. Put on this log.
That should help warm things up.
It's so heavy, the fire logs. 2 liters. Now's this. Go. Could have done upstairs, and then I can put more water down, but this is good enough. Upstairs we go. Okay, sweet. And then let's eat and drink. Let's just eat the MRE. You can also have the milk. Will give us some hydration as well. Dog food also gives hydration. Peaches give hydration. The pork and beans doesn't. You could eat dog food too. Just to keep well fed up. Okay, we didn't finish that. Now a bit more water. We can drop the can. We can also drop the fishing tackles. If you run out of sewing kits somehow, you can use fishing tackles instead. They work the same way. Alright, let's sleep. Put 8 hours maybe. There you go. I don't really care if I get dehydrated because we're almost done, but still. Alright, let's head to the unnamed pond now. We should take a back up to look at. We have to zigzag a little bit now. There's not a perfect way to streamline this, but just do what we can. So let's get to unnamed pond, where there is the last quest to pick up, which is not available until you already forge the bear spear and return to Jeremiah. So it's interesting how that's kind of laid out. Like there's a few quests that can't trigger until certain events have happened, you know. You have to go to Broken Railroad to trigger the Forest Talker cache, even though they are located here. You still have to go there to actually trigger them. Yeah. It's a nice episode. I like there's 3 regions. You don't utilize all of the regions, but that's fine. Mr. Lake, you do most of the region for the quests. Forlorn Muskeg, there's a lot of areas that you don't go to, or don't need to go to. But you get to move around. Broken Railroad, you go to most places. It's nice to have quite a large space. I also kind of like how it's set up in the sense that if you just do everything right, once you go to Broken Railroad, if you just wrap everything up when you're there, you don't have to go back. It does suck though if you go there and say you missed that note that's behind the stairs, for example. You missed that, and then you have to go back, you know, or load the game. That's a little bit, you know, that's not great. But other than that, it's pretty nicely set up how you go to some areas and then trigger events. And then once you're done with Broken Railroad, if you got everything, you don't have to come back there. You do have to come back to Forlorn Muskeg at least once, but that's it. Alright, so here's this campfire. This campfire you might remember when I came here earlier in this walkthrough to do the quest for the deer. This campfire was not there, but now it is. That's because it doesn't trigger until chapter 3, or like signal to noise. So we're gonna do that. I think it's on the corpse itself. Nice infinite fire. We can use. We can make a coffee if you want. Another coffee. Yeah, just to have some more energy.
Excellent.
Bases. And there's our hunting knife. You know, which is better than this crap. But it weighs more, but it's nice. And here's the Hank's letter thingy.
Well, what do we have here?
There you go, that should trigger that quest. So now I have to go back up here, Then we also have these 3, so it's a little bit back and forth. We're gonna go to the forest lookout first, I think. Take the coffee. Let's just go. I'm gonna go back up to the forest lookout. I can actually take a shortcut over this hill right here. Up we go. And what we can do, by the way, we can just illustrate this now. I'm not sure if it's really worth it, but when your sprint meter runs out, if you want to sprint some more, drink one of these energy drinks. And this happens. You refill your entire sprint meter. Your fatigue goes up. And yeah, you can just sprint more. Isn't that nice? But it's not really worth it, in my opinion. But what's going to happen now, you'll see once I get down the slope here. Stable ground. See, now I have this energy boost. It lasts for half an hour, which is about 2 minutes real time or so. It basically refills your sprint meter and then allows it to be refilled again. But it's not... When it expires, you'll get a headache and you lose some of your fatigue as well. So what those drinks are really for is when you, for example, have to climb a rope and you don't have enough energy for it. Or if you are fatigued, you're tired and you can't run, for example, you can always drink that so you can run a little bit. That sort of thing is what it's for. Basically allow you to move further if tired, or to climb something you wouldn't normally because you're too tired. You achieve the same with the stim, of course. And that's it, pretty much. You wouldn't use it in a situation like I just did now. All that does is just lets you sprint more. You know? But that's it. Stims are much better. Stims, if you use a stim, instantly heals you for 15%, allows you to sprint for non-stop for about a minute, and then you get fatigued. They're completely drained after. Up we go. How long left? 7 minutes. This is run now. We go. We drain less fatigue on flat surfaces. Doesn't matter much here. And now it should expire any minute. There we go. There we go, see? Now we have a headache. Doesn't last very long. And look at our fatigue. You know, it's been drained quite a lot as well. So you got to ask yourself whether that was worth it. I don't think it really was, but now you know how it works. The headache I don't think can be cured. You just got to wait it out. Even if it can be cured, I mean, who cares? Okay. Up here we go. We've been here already, but we couldn't access this quest, but now we can. So we're going up here. Find Hank's lockbox. I think it's just under a bed or something. Oh, door is open. I left it open. All the stuff I left down here. Alright. The lockbox is... Oh, I thought it was under the bed. A bit rusty. There we are. It is under the bed. I don't know why I didn't see it the first time. There you go. Hash code 451832.
Shit. Looks like Hank was going a bit stir-crazy out here. I guess I would too if I had to sit in a tower all day with nothing but a radio for company.
Yeah. There's the hatch up here. So now we basically have this sequence to do. Cache, gunshots, and hatch. And I think we'll do this one first because it's furthest out of the way. Clear cut. Alright. So let's do that. We could actually sleep a little bit. The weather's nice, but just sleep just for fatigue's sake, like 3 hours maybe. Yeah, weather got a bit worse, but it's still fine. Let's drink Stacy's grape soda. If you're running low on resources, well, you have tons of options, but you could also starve yourself or even dehydrate yourself and just eat and drink before sleeping. You'll be fine. You'll regenerate full health. Or you can just, you know, boil water, hunt deer, whatever you want. Lots of options. We're going to do the same thing as earlier. We're going to goat down this time. We're going to go down here. This very nice, easy shortcut that we did. Do that again. Except this time, instead of going to the right, we're going to go to the left. Again, you don't have to do this. It's such an easy shortcut that we're going to do it. But you can also just go down the usual slope. And now you can see we're actually already here. In fact, we're going to change the order a little bit, because now you can see we're actually right here. Right by it. So let's just do this now. I was going to do the other way around, but I forgot how close we are. So this is the trailer logging camp. And we got to find his supplies, which I think is in this one that's straight ahead. The other ones I don't think. I think it's in this one here. The one that requires the key, basically. I think it's this one. See? No, okay. Then it's this one here. Yeah, this is the one. There we go. And there's a bunch of stuff. We don't really need these. Climbing socks, all sorts of gear here. A lot of stuff to find. You also have the best sweater in the game. Couch and sweaters here.
Can use this.
Very, very nice. Bedroll. All sorts of stuff. Good supplies. I don't think there's anything. Is anything specific? He just says find it. So here we go. Supply bag is the one. So that is. There's a supply bag. We don't even need any of this water we can take, of course. There we go. This is the one. You can tell by the symbol. That's the one. Take that. Doesn't weigh anything. Best item. So that's done already. So let's celebrate. Drink some Stacy. Kind of weird, but okay. And then we have the supply cache, which I think is up here behind. Is it behind there? I think that's where it is, behind that little stone there. There it is, you can see it. Careful. And there we go. And that should do it for all the Forest Talker supply cache.
Found it. I could use this.
Yeah, we got the achievement. And the mission's completed too. Very nice. There we go. Now we have the hatch, but also this one supply cache over here we didn't do. Clear cut, that's just down here. I'm running a lot because I'm literally doing 1 billion fetch quests right now. And that's it. See, I don't think it's this clear cut. It's the other one that's on the other side here. And I think it's just by like a tree stump. Yeah, that's you can see it's it all the way over the other side. It's not, so clear cut is technically two places. It's this place here. But we don't really count this as clear cut as such. This is sort of like a non-area. There's nothing really to it as such. The main area we consider to be clear cut is down here. I know I didn't go into the other 2 trailers. Again, you can go in there. You'll find some more loot. And you saw in the Forest Talker camp, a lot of loot in there too. Really good clothing, food, water, gear, a lot of good stuff. And then they had 2 trailers I didn't even go into. So again, a lot of loot around there. And here also is an access area to a place that we haven't been to. Which is here. You see here? There's a sign right there. And there's a slope up there. That is to access the other Forest Lookout Tower, which is destroyed. This one here. Well, I mean, that's not destroyed, but the area, the tower is destroyed up there. And you'll find some some loot up there, not a lot, but you can go there. This is clear cut, so I think the supply cache is like in the middle here somewhere, from what I remember. I believe. Let's have a quick look here. I think it's around a bit further behind this one. See if I remember this. More this way, okay. Didn't remember. Might actually be, but here it is, I can see it. Couldn't remember. The greatest cache in the world? Oh, no. Just a tribute.
I've been looking for you.
There we go.
Still eat this.
There you go. I gave us the achievement as well. Racking up achievements there. And now it's Hank's hatch all the way over here. That's basically like a little corner behind like some rocks, basically. How much am I carrying? Really, I'm fine. Once we've done that, we get the documents, return to the cabin, wait one day, and then that's it, really. Get the reward from Trapper, from the guy, and then just go to the dam. And the supplies are so abundant that unless you plan to stay and just survive here, you don't, you're not going to struggle at all. You can just survive on the stuff you pick up. There's so much of it everywhere. It's really not hard at all to get well fed and maintain well fed either. Yeah, so now this is the last 2 side quests. So as you can see, Mystery Lake has a lot of little things all over the place. But that's how you wrap it up. Alright, let's just keep going. Now this third area of clear cut, which is past the trailers we were just at, there tend to be wolves here, just so you know. So here we're back at the trailers. See, if these quests were available when the game started, you would have a whole different route on how to optimize this stuff. But that won't be the case here. Alright, so the hatch, I think, is behind, like, these stones over there. I think. Oh, hi. Let him go. Here's a good example of what I talked about earlier. See there? Blood splatter on the ground. So even though the wolf didn't die, you can see the blood splatter here, and there's a blood trail. This wolf is dead. He just doesn't know it yet. He's now going to bleed out. And if you do want to harvest the wolf, you just got to follow the blood trail, and eventually it will take you to the wolf carcass. If you lose the trail because you're too slow and the wind or the snow washes away the trail, which of course happens, then you just gotta look around on a clear day, or like a quiet day, listen for crows, and then that's pretty much it. We can drink another coffee, why not? Speed things up. Okay, find this hatch. I could be wrong, but I think the hatch is behind these rocks over here. Is that right? Or is it over here? Another wolf. Normally you just gotta let the wolf come to you, take your time like that, and shoot him in the face. But, just shot it. You find some birch bark around here too, but this is one of those miscellaneous areas. Mystery Lake is actually a really large region because there's all these sort of edges to the map. There's loads of that all over the place. And there's not much to it. You might find a deer, backpack, wolves, you can find birch, little things. There we are. So here's the hatch, as I suspected. Yeah. We basically went like this, and up like this.
What have we here?
Periodics.
Aha! Here it
What
is.
was it? 45? 15? 42? Let's just make sure we have this right. 2 seconds. Alright. Okay. Let's open this hatch. Alright. Sorry. I'm supposed to do that. Get the... yeah, it should be the bottom here. One. I was close. 45, 18, 32. 45. $18 and 32. Technically, you could figure this out without the note, but you know. There you go.
Finally made it.
Bit loud there, Will. Right, so this is the hatch. Oh, you got quality tools in here.
That'll come in handy.
Yeah, nice for repairs and everything. And I guess this is Hank himself. Like, oh, that's sad. Loot. There's his journal. More rambling notes. Written in his chicken scratch. And there we go. Hatch is complete. Mission done. Very nice. Now I gotta have a look at it. I've never actually read it, but oh yeah, it doesn't say, but yeah, the chicken scratch. Yeah, so, and here you got matches, more flare shells, stim.
This'll come in handy.
So many stims. It's crazy. Dude, look at all this food. So much food. One can openers. You can loot all these ones. These. Yeah, so many things. So if you stuck around to survive here, yeah, there's a lot of food here. Because you could sleep here, so it could be like your little hideout up in the middle of nowhere. All your stuff in here. It's a very unique base, like no one would know. Because you gotta sleep with the corpse. It's kind of weird, but sleep with the corpse next to you. Alright, that's more or less everything. We gotta get to the dam twice. We gotta get these documents first. And then we take that back to the forest talker. And then we come back here again during Aurora, and then we're done. Mystery Lake is the most familiar region in the game. Now, the reason Mystery Lake is special is because it's the first region that was added to the game. So when you played Sandbox, when Long Dark came into early access in 2014, you only had Mystery Lake. It was the only region you could play. And of course, back then the game was way cruder. Like, graphics were much worse. Gameplay mechanics were very crude compared to what they are now. Yeah, so it was just a completely different game. The essence of the game was still there. And it's been a while now, but I have a video where I do play the original early access version from 2014 on my channel if you want to see that. It's quite a different experience, but because it's the oldest map, like Erangel and PUBG, it's the oldest map, therefore people know it the most. But also in survival mode, it's like the hub region, it's like smack in the middle of the world, and all other regions connect to it. With the exception of Far Territory, every region is like 1 or 2 steps away. So it's just one of those really great regions. And it's a nice region because it's got a lot of things going for it. It's got the dam, trailers, the trapper's cabin, camp office, fishing huts, lookout tower, a bunch of little things here and there. It's just a very nice region. And it's been fun to do the story mode here. Alright, Methuselah. We might as well speak to him now as well. Rather than later. This is optional, you can just ignore him. Might as well say hi to him. And then we'll collect the documents, return them, and then we'll come back again during an Aurora.
Oh, Mackenzie. So you're still alive.
Methuselah, you appear in the strangest places.
You've left your mark. and have overcome great odds so far, but this part of the world still holds some secrets.
I'm not sure this is the right time for...
There are still stories that need to be told if you wish to play a part in them. There is always time for that. But if you are in a hurry, by all means go. Nobody would fault you for continuing your journey onward.
You know, it's been a hell of a slog out there. Never mind that damn bear. I've nearly died more times than I care to count. It couldn't have been easy for you either. You seem strangely calm about the hostility of this place.
I have wandered these paths a long time, friend. I was a walker. Now I'm a watcher. I'm here to observe these times and help where I may.
As strange as it is to run into you again, it's good to find a familiar face in all this frigid wilderness. And keep to your paths. If this is a reckoning, as you say, I hope ours cross again.
All right. I don't think there's any optional stuff. He's busy. He's busy. We don't see Methuselah again. He does not appear in episode 3 or 4, but he might appear in episode 5. I think he probably will. After this recording, episode 5 isn't out yet. We only know certain things about it. Best not to speculate. If you're watching this and you're like, wait, you don't know the answer to that? It's just because this was recorded before it came out. In case you're wondering. Okay, so the documents he's talking about that we need for the Forest Stalker is down here. These are the stairs. You went up here earlier to get the medicine for the trapper in the first part of the episode. Now we're going to go down to the bottom, and there's a loose tile. I think it's in here. Isn't it? Should be... Yes. There we are, search loose tile. And here's the documents. Very nice.
There you are.
There you go. Let me take this back. And now we're just gonna head back to the Forest Talker. You can even use a stim to get everyone, just to do this faster. It doesn't matter at this point. Again, it doesn't carry over. So we're now reaching the point where your condition and your anything doesn't really matter anymore, as long as you're alive at the end of it. The same if you do challenges in the Long Dark. Like if you drink, wow. Let's use now this on here, energy drink. If you do the challenges like Hopeless Rescue or The Hunted or whatever, right? Nothing carries over. If you complete the challenge with 1% health, you're naked without any gear, and you're bleeding, and you got frostbite, doesn't make any difference. It all resets. So even though I'm staying on top of things, I'm filling up my meters, I'm making sure everything is full, my character's healthy and safe. It doesn't really matter in the long run, because you will eventually just expire, effectively, when the episode ends. So episode 2 was an exception, where your items from episode 1 carried over. So the stuff you had, like the stress pistol, for example, and that sort of thing, that all carried over, which made it a little bit easier. But even if you hadn't, you'd still be okay. But because of that, when you reach the end of the episode, it doesn't really matter if I enter fully geared, armed to the teeth, or if I enter naked. You know, it's just, it doesn't really make a difference. Okay. I'm carrying the rifles and stuff though, just to be protected against the wolves. There we go, let's run. Might even use stims to get to the dam later. You might as well, right? In fact, if I kept all the stims on me, you could have just chain stimmed one after the other. How many do I have on me? 2. Okay. So you could, for the fun of it, just do that. Alright, so now we're gonna head to the lake cabin. Give the forest dog his stuff. And you actually have a choice here. You can choose to like not give him the supplies, I think. If you give it to him, he survives and he gives you a reward. If you don't give it to him, I think the next day you find him like ravaged by wolves or something like that. That's the headache. So yeah. But it's one of those choices where it doesn't really matter that much. Just a slight difference in reward, I guess, but it doesn't really matter. Really. So we're going to do, because also it's night, and you have to wait basically a day, I don't think it counts like the next day. So a day restarts at midnight. So if this is day 1 at midnight, which when moon is at the top, that's day 2, right? I don't think the quest works in a way that now next morning it's over. I think it's 24 hours. That's first shot. We had time for it. Might as well do it. Notice, by the way, that I still have bare hands, even though I am wearing gloves. Right here. That is something that they did add to the game, but much later. And it's only in survival mode now. Alright, so we're going to give this to him. I'm not going to withhold it from this guy. I'm just going to give him the supplies. And then we'll wait in this cabin over here. Cabin 1. Yeah.
I've got your supplies and those documents you wanted here.
Hey, that's great. Thank you. But I hope you understand if I ask you to just leave them outside the door.
Yeah, so you can drop it, but you can take the ammunition. And if that happens, he basically doesn't have ammunition to defend himself against wolves. Basically, is what happened, and he dies. If he does this, he lives, and we'll let him live.
Right. I'll, leave it all here for you, just like you asked.
Thank you, stranger. You may not care, but you've made a huge difference to our cause.
Check on the lake cabin tomorrow. They'll say tomorrow, not 24 hours, so maybe it actually is tomorrow. Let's go in here. And we're going to get to the next day. First, we're going to pass a bit of time. Until we can sleep until morning, basically. A little bit longer. We got an Aurora, but I think there's going to be an Aurora every night at this point. Okay, so let's eat something. Let's eat, really matter? Let's eat MRE, why not? There we go. Some water. And then we sleep for 12 hours. Okay, let's just see if he now is done.
I need something to drink, and soon. Hey, you still alive in there?
Yeah, I'm still weak. Gonna rest up here until I'm ready to move on.
Alright. I guess it's not time yet. It's tomorrow, but I think they really mean 24 hours then. In that case, what we can do, we can actually sleep another 12 hours. Doesn't matter if we dehydrate, but drink a little bit. Sleep another 12 hours then. 11, sure. Okay, and then drink Stacy's and eat the MRE. Might as well finish this dog food. High quality dog food. Also eat these peaches. Peaches are very heavy for what they give you. Half a kilo they weigh, and they don't really give you that much. This also hydrates you a little bit. And there we go. Carrying way too much stuff. Sleep for another 12 hours, and then it will be 24 hours plus another night. Now it should be done. All right. Let's see. Go.
Let's see if they left anything useful.
There we are. Now we can enter the cabin itself. And here's our note. A note left for you. This one we can actually read. Thank you for helping me. Not everyone would have done that. I left this item for you. It belonged to my friend. Hopefully you'll be able to make use of it. Question mark. Maybe our paths will cross again. And then that is the end of the quest. And that's it. That's all of the side quest done. You can see now we've done all of it. Everything is done. All of it. All the cash. Everything. Just the main one left. These are deerskin pants.
Come in handy.
But they're very good. Better than these, for example. Might as well put them on. Let's switch them around to get the benefit of the aesthetic. You can also craft these though. Yeah. So not necessarily that useful for you. And now we just gotta get to the dam and get an Aurora. So what we're gonna do now, because we don't have anything else to do, we're gonna chain sprint there using the stims. That's what we're going to do. So I'm going to do this. Sprint, 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 sprint. And then I'm going to take the stim. Now I can run again. For 60 seconds. This is stupid, by the way. You shouldn't do this. I'm just doing it as a gimmick to get there faster. If I had kept all the sims on me, I could have just done this the whole time. Change, change, change. Sprint, 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 sprint. And that's it, pretty much. Because now we're at the end. We've done everything. We've done the main story. We've done all the side quests, including the lake cabin keys. There isn't anything else to do. There are areas we didn't go to. We haven't gone to Lake Overlook, which is to my left. We didn't go to the destroyed lookout tower. We didn't go to Marsh Ridge. We didn't go to Broken Road Ravine, if that even is accessible. There's a bunch of areas, like small areas we didn't go to, but we don't really need to go to them because all they'll have is like some loot that we don't really even need. So I'm just rushing back, and it doesn't matter if I get tired because we're gonna sleep anyway. Look how far we're traveling with this thing.
I'm too tired to think.
There we are.
Straight.
As you can see, I made it almost all the way there. And to do it, and we could even do this. Hey, we have another stim. Huzzah! This is a complete waste of stims. I would never do this if I were you, unless you are in a hurry, if you're speedrunning, or if you're trying to escape from something, you know. But there we are. At this point, I'm just using whatever I have because it's going to disappear anyway. Then we'll go into the dam and we'll sleep until it's night. And that's it. Is Methuselah still there? Yeah, he's still there. Hi, Methuselah. Are we having a nice time? There we go. And then we'll just sleep here until the night. We shall be about 12 hours actually. That's fine. We're going to be exhausted anyway. 12 hours it is. Go. There we go. Now the lights are out, as it were. And we don't need to eat or drink anything, because is going to end, as I said, but just because we've done it so far, let's keep Will happy. He doesn't want him to enter the next chapter on an empty stomach, so might as well just give him some food. I don't know if I ate any of these salt crackers. There we go. Drop that. And also I'm going to save it here. One of the reasons I'm saving it is not because of I think something bad's going to happen. I'm just saving it for future cinematic purposes in case I need to go back to a specific point. Alright. Now we're going to go in here. There we are. Put the music. Let's switch box. There's a safe in there. We could open a safe just for the fun of it. Not much really to it though, but it's 7. 7 and 1? Wow. 7 on. Wow, that was an easy one. Okay, so 7, 1, no, 4. It's one of the easiest ones I've ever seen.
Hope nobody needs
And the money. Excellent. Right. Let's do this.
There it is.
Very nice. So use this. And now we're going down here. We haven't been to the lower dam yet.
Looks like I could get a nasty shock.
Yeah. This is a bit too dangerous.
Could end up being useful.
Going that way. So instead what we want to do is go in the elevator. It's over here. In the past you could actually go down there on that side, but yeah, it's just ammunition there. Right. You can actually go, I think you can go over those cables. Yeah, there was a whole obstacle course down there in the past. Anyway, let's go in the elevator.
Oh. I guess there's only one way to go from here.
Oh. On loot. Alright, well. Oh. Let's go.
Holy shit, what was that?
Alright. Now we are. This is the obstacle course I remember. Explore the guts of the dam. This is the other side here. I think in the older versions you pretty much just walked past all this stuff. Hey, Fluffy the Wolf. And a broken arrow. This is a trivia to Fluffy. So if you're not familiar with it, Fluffy is an indoor wolf that used to be in the dam here as kind of like a surprise attack, like the only indoor wolf in the game. So people come to the dam and they'd be like, "Oh, I'm safe in here." And what? There's a wolf in here, and they would die, you know. And that's a reference to this. Fluffy does still exist in the game, but not in story mode and not in its old survival area. It's Fluffy has been relocated to Bleak Inlet in the cannery. If you play survival mode, you can still find Fluffy there. There's other indoor wolves too now, though. Fluffy is not the only unique one anymore. Sketchy in Desolation, sorry, Scruffy in Desolation Point, Sketchy in Hushery Valley, and Macy in the cave system in the Far Territories. Alright, so here, I'm pretty sure if you wanted, you could just run across this. But what they want you to do is that you can't go across there because it's a live cable. That what they actually want you to do is go all the way around here. Like up these stairs here. Again, you can loot this stuff, but why would you want to? It's ending now anyway. Hi beans. Oh, look at that fancy light. And you get across this bridge. Go over here and then climb down this cable. Or this rope. Which actually used to be a cable, I think. And down we go. And now we're on the other side. And now we can safely go through here. Now at the lower part of the dam. A lot of stuff here too. And in fact, I think you can continue. We're supposed to go this way. You can actually continue here and look around and even check down here if you wanted to. Not sure why you would, but you could.
Better watch out.
But you could. Was this the way? Actually, maybe I misremember. I'm pretty sure you meant to go this way because there's the exit, right? So you leave lower dam. But you could go that way too. Let's see. Okay. As I changed, sorry, my memory for this part is a little bit hazy, as you can see. This is why I'd say walkthrough/playthrough. Walkthrough in the sense that I know what to do, but playthrough in the sense that the details have been lost on me over time. But I hope you forgive that. Cables everywhere, but I think we're supposed to go... Are we supposed to go here? I feel like that's wrong. Because they're flashing, aren't they? I feel like I'm not supposed to go here.
Holy shit, that's hot.
Yeah, I almost died. I almost died doing that. Definitely not supposed to do that. That's weird. I could swear that it was not a brute there. That's just weird. I almost died. Wow, that's funny. Are you sure it's not this way? We need the key. Okay, well, let's just find the note.
It's still burning.
It's like a note we found, isn't there? Let's find the note. That's the key. I just was.
The pain.
You can't go across there. Break this down. Is this here? No. That's weird. Maybe we aren't supposed to go this way. I actually don't remember. Bit lost there, sorry. Oh, here. That's it. Hey, sorry about that. I'm also a bit tired. A bit tired. Dad brain. There we are. There we are. Turn over the switches. And now we can cross this without dying. And we can continue here. It doesn't matter, we got burns. And up here we go. There we go. Alright, so that is the end of episode 2. Apologies about the end there. I couldn't remember exactly what to do. It's been too long. I'm really sorry. I'm a little bit tired also. It's been a long recording session. I got kids and I have a dad brain, so I got a bit confused at the end there. But that's how it is. You know, I could edit that out, redo it, but let's just live in the honest mistake. There's no such thing as a flawless walkthrough, and if there is, it's a bit boring. So let's just do it this way instead. Let's have a humanity element in it. And let's take the last step that there is.
A locked case. Wow, that is interesting. A locked metal case is a thing of the old world, stranger. A world of closed doors and things being off limits. Yeah, see, I was part of that world. But that world's over. This is my world now. And in my world, I make the rules. In my world, see, there are no locks.
Your world sounds crazy.
What's in the case?
I have no idea.
What is in the case?
I hope it's painkillers.
Your ID says you're a pilot. You have a plane somewhere?
My plane wouldn't do you any good.
Yeah, should I show you what happened to the last person who lied to me? She didn't look so pretty after I was done.
She?
Oh, so now he's ready to talk. Well, don't worry, pilot. You'll be with her soon.
There we go, we got it. All achievements too. And there we are. We finished episode 2. That's the whole shebang. All quests, including main story. And they were always meant to be played sort of back to back, episode 1 and 2. But then they redid them. They had the Predux version, as they're now called, and now we have the Redux version, which is the ones we're playing now. There were some differences. The main story was the same in the old version, but the nuances and some of the quests were different. In any case, we have now finished Mackenzie's storyline for now, in episode 3 we're going to actually play as Astrid, and in episode 4 we play as Will again, continuing with these Mathis, as it's called, we just met. In episode 5 we play as both characters. So we're now going to transition into Astrid, but for now that was it for Will episode 2. I hope you enjoyed the walkthrough. We covered everything there was to find. I made a couple of mistakes here and there, but I don't mind making mistakes in a walkthrough, because for one thing it shows that we're all human and we all make mistakes, and our memories can be hazy too. But also in cases where it was something like a wolf attack, it shows you how you can recover from it, and it's really not that hard. And I hope you enjoyed this walkthrough. I hope I didn't miss anything. I don't think I did. We got all the achievements, all the quests, everything. But nevertheless, I hope you enjoyed the ride. I hope you tune in for the next one. With all that being said, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in episode 3. Bye bye.